welcome to series of interviews we are planning in near future. The platform Academic Direct is a way of speaking truth as we see it, as we feel it, and as we understand it. It's a channel that will try to bring back audience to focus on the real subjects that are threatening our near future. Today, we are hosting special guests from Switzerland, Philipp KRUSE. My name is Robert Grill. I'm active in searching, revealing truth, and disassembling deep agendas for last 3.5 years. Co-hosting with me is Tjaša Vuzem, founder of activist group CISP, a group of Slovenian lawyers, a rebel who devoted the last 3-4 years on international projects, activities that brought exact information also in Slovenia. Tjaša, this is not the first time we are guesting Philipp. This is the third occasion. One of the last was with Vesna Kerstin Petric, WHO former executive board chair, and with Sylvia Berndt in March last year. But before we should start the interview, let me introduce our special guest, Philipp KRUSE. He is a member in many prominent groups that are fighting blast perimeter of freedoms attacked by vicious capital. Philipp KRUSE ran his own tax law practice in Zurich from 2012 to 2018. Today, he heads the area of back taxes and tax penalties in office of Canton of Lucerne. Philipp studied at University of Bern, Heidelberg, Exeter in United Kingdom, has practiced in 3 commercial law firms in Zurich since 1998. He worked in Zurich Cantonal Tax Office from 2003 to 2007 and has since specialized in the area of tax and duty law. Since the beginning of the Corona scam, he has been extremely and very active in various international lawyers and activist groups. He has given lectures on the WHO issues and members of parliament in the European Parliament with Dr. Sylvia Berndt, an Austrian lawyer. And in the past year, he has given speeches and interviews in various conferences, as well as in some European parliaments. In Switzerland, he's representing a group of pilots and a high-profile class action. I think shortly he will file a lawsuit against Swissmedic, which is equivalent to our Slovenian NIAZ, state entity which regulates the national health. Philipp, welcome to our platform. Welcome.
Thank you, Robert, for the invitation. It's an honor to be here with you, and also thank you to Tjaša.
Tjaša, before you continue with question, can you, in short words, explain the results of meeting that was held last year with representatives of the WHO? Microphone, please, Tjaša.
Yeah. Yes, of course. In fact, it was the second meeting with Dr. Vesna Kerstin Petric. The first one was in August 22, and it's a very long process and took several months just to get an appointment. I had to intervene afterwards a lot to get the minutes of the meeting. So the questions we asked Dr. Petric were from a legal point of view, mostly, which she was not able to answer. So she forwarded them to the WHO legal department. At least she told us so. We are still waiting for the answers, but Dr. Sylvia Berndt, you mentioned before, she's an Austrian lawyer, and she also used to work at the World Health Organization in the IHR department. She is in written contact with Dr. Petric. So no answers. at the moment, no answers from them. And in my opinion, the WHO is a large, big organization, ossified, I would say, with a little room for civil society, unfortunately.
I hope we will get questions at least one day. Yeah. So, because you're deeply involved in the WHO subject, would you shoot the questions, please?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Philipp, for being here today. I very appreciate your work and efforts and all your support you are providing us with. So shall we begin, Philipp, with the WHO issues?
Yes, please. And I might just briefly correct a sentence in the introduction. It is important to note that I was heading the Office of Tax Penalties in the Canton of Lucerne 2019-2020, but that terminated. I am a free lawyer, an independent lawyer with my independent law firm in Zurich, Switzerland. I just wanted to correct that part, because that is very important, that I'm not acting in any official capacity, but as an independent lawyer.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, we are talking today about the WHO's intentions. We have two very important legal documents we will be talking about. The first one is the so-called International Health Regulations, and the second one, pandemic treaty or accord or CA plus whatever. I would like to know if you could give us a very short explanation what the IHR document is and why are the amendments of this document needed, and why the second one, the second legal document, the so-called pandemic treaty, is being introduced. What is the purpose? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So in order to have the full picture, we need to start during the pandemics, during the year 2020-21, within WHO, there was a growing sense that WHO would need to be given more and additional competences because of the notion they considered themselves underprepared, and they called for an extraordinary World Health Assembly in December 2021 to actually bring this to the public attention. The logic, the world was underprepared, it was heavily struck by COVID-19, and the biggest problem, looking back, was that not all countries received the COVID-19 vaccines as they needed. That is sort of what WHO made out of this COVID-19 crisis. And out of that logic grew the decision to strengthen the capacity to actually prevent future pandemics from happening and to strengthen WHO in its responses. And then the question was, how do we do it? And they created two working groups. The first working group was basing their work on the already existing, as you mentioned correctly, the international health regulations. They do exist since the 60s. They were amended into their today's format in 2005 and were adopted. It came into force into most countries in the year 2007. And this is actually the basis for the COVID-19 pandemic management of what we have seen in the past. Now, what they did was, let's use these international health regulations and let's try to insert all the changes that we think are necessary for having a better pandemic management. to strengthen WHO. Now, you need to understand that international health regulations, this is a legal instrument with limited possibilities. For the experts or the lawyers here, go into Article 21 of the World Health Organization's Constitution, and there you will find a list of those topics that are allowed to be governed or that are allowed to be covered by international health regulations, sort of technical topics. So it is obvious, if you really want to give WHO more powers, more constitutional powers, you will also need to have a new independent pandemic agreement, where you can insert everything that you cannot put into the international health regulations. So that was the reason for opening up 2 working groups with 2 different types of international agreements. You must know that also the international health regulations technically are an international agreement. And so here we are. They are in the midst of the process of drafting, of negotiating, and the plan is for WHO to have next May, this coming May of this year, a vote of the finalized amended international health regulations and also on the new pandemic treaty.
So two-thirds of vote are needed, are required, as far as
Yes.
I understood.
This is correct. It is important to know that for a new treaty to come into force for the WHO members, there is a 2/3 quorum needed at the World Health Assembly. So 2/3 out of these 194 WHO member states. This is quite a high quorum, because if you compare that to the international health regulations, any amendments technically will be accepted on the basis of just a simple majority. 51% will be sufficient. That's quite a lower threshold. And there's also another difference between these 2 different instruments, legal instruments, and this is how they will come into force. But I guess we will come to that later, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So the declaration of the so-called fake public health emergency is already defined in the current international health regulations, right?
Absolutely. This is Article 12. It was the basis for the Director General Tedros to declare a public health emergency of international concern end of January 2020. And this basis now shall be far extended. The reasons for declaring and justifying a pandemic shall be widely extended, ultimately without any standards. We can come to the details, but I just throw into our discussion the word One Health. We should consider this term separately. This term of One Health will ultimately give World Health Organization Tedros the power to declare a public health emergency of international concern, literally out of thin air for any given reason. This is one of the highest concern we have. And you ask also about the difference between the new pandemic treaty and the international health regulations.
Yeah.
Yes. So why do we need a separate agreement? The separate agreement is actually, you need to understand that the international health regulations are focused and centered all around the notion of public health emergency of international concern. So it governs the duties of the member states and also the powers of the WHO under such a fake, as you referred correctly, abbreviation, public health emergency of international concern being fake. Now, but what do we do in the periods before we have a pandemic? And there is where the pandemic treaty comes into place. So it's related to, it refers to all pandemic related matters not only during an actual pandemic, but also before, which is the period of pandemic prevention and pandemic preparedness. So it imposes on member states the duty to do supervision on all kinds of genomes, on diseases, on all kinds of potential sources for a threat to health in the widest possible sense, whereas the international health regulations, they are mainly actually focused on what are the duties of the involved parties during a pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Philip. Now, the next question is because of the confusion, you know, and misinformation among the public. What is the procedure? We are approaching the end of it, but anyway, what is the procedure and the timeline for adoption of these two documents, legal documents? So we know now WHA is approaching, and it will be a very important assembly.
Absolutely. I forgot to ask you whether it would be possible to share the screen, because then I could show you a slide that would make it easier for everybody to understand. Is it possible to share the screen?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, it's good. So I will here. Do you see the slide? This two projects in parallel?
Yeah.
Excellent.
We do.
So I mentioned there are two working groups, one focusing on the amendment of the already existing international health regulations, IHR amendments, that's the top line, and the lower line is the working group that works on the new pandemic treaty. And so what is the timeline here? Looking at the World Health Assembly this coming May, as I mentioned already, simple majority will be sufficient for the adoption, the WHO internal adoption, whereas for the treaty, 2/3 majority. But now it is really interesting when with respect to coming into force, because the international health regulations, they are considered just technical, medical and pandemic regulations. They will come into force automatically 12 months after the 1st of June 2024, unless a government for a country, a specific, for any given country, one government declares a rejection, explicitly rejection to the Director General. So if this rejection does not happen, that means that on 1st of June 2025, these amendments will come into force for that country that did not reject. That is the dangerous part here, whereas for the treaty, the WHO constitution requires that a domestic process of ratification according to your own constitution will be held, will be completed. So whatever you have in your constitution with respect to ratification, in some countries there are even public votes to be held or referendums, this will apply here. And that means we have a certain element or guarantee of a democratic public debate when it comes to the treaty. But when it comes to the international health regulations, there will be no public debate unless we or you force our government to discuss these amendments. And as I will show, these amendments will change our constitutions. And these amendments will also, in fact, modify the powers of WHO on their own constitution. So we have these international health regulations are far more, the amendments will be far more than just being technical amendments. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, regarding these amendments and regarding the sovereignty, seizing the sovereignty, or on the 30th of October, a document of this group, international intergovernmental negotiating body, was issued, including Tedros's statement, namely that no country will cede sovereignty, any sovereignty, to the WHO. I know it has been spread all over the world by the media that this is not true. This is a false claim, as well as by our governments. Also, I think that at our meeting, Dr. Petric, she also told us about that no sovereignty will be seized. Do you agree? Is it a false claim?
This is one of the main battlegrounds we have here, where we have an absolute clear difference between the official position of WHO and the official position of our governments on the one side, and what we see as lawyers and as activists in these agreements. Well, where does this come from? This notion of sovereignty? We must know that in the international treaties world, sovereignty has a very formalistic notion, in the sense of as long as a country can make its own decisions without, I exaggerate, without having another country invading its borders and forcing this country to sign any agreement, then this is still considered sovereignty. So from a formalistic point of view, it would be truly an act of sovereignty for Slovenia, for also Switzerland, for every country to sign these agreements and to live with the consequences. This is actually not a wrong assessment, but it is misleading. Why is it misleading? Because if we go into the details of these amendments, we find provisions that clearly state that the member states shall undertake to follow WHO's recommendations. They shall undertake to follow. This is a legally binding promise. So coming back to the notion of sovereignty, of course, a country would then still be able to say, oh, we are sovereign, we will not follow recommendations of WHO, but this would mean they would be in breach of an international agreement. And being in breach of these amendments of the international health regulations will have consequences. We can see the consequences in the amendments themselves. There will be an implementation committee which will carefully supervise the implementation of these amendments. There will be then a compliance committee that will carefully supervise every country whether it is compliant or not. And then there will be the World Health Assembly, to which any potential breach of the duties under international health regulations will be reported. And then the International Health Assembly can vote on sanctions. And these sanctions can be significant. And then we shall not forget there are other players as well, the European Community, they can impose sanctions. We have the World Health Bank, which is heavily involved into the financing of WHO. They can also tighten the terms for national funding, for credits. So yes, you can say the country is still sovereign, but the price for sovereignty will be put to a maximum that sovereignty cannot be truly exercised. So therefore, it is misleading to say sovereignty is actually not touched. Absolutely misleading.
Thank you. Now, on our website, Ministry of Health, this section WHO, we do have it. it stated that the declaration of public health emergency of international concern is already defined in current international health regulations, which clearly state that the Director General, Tedros in this case, has the possibility to declare a public health emergency if the adopted criteria are met. In fact, it's true. Tedros, as you know, as we all know, he declared a public health outbreak of, emergency in response to a monkeypox outbreak. Although his advisory board, with Mike Ryan, I think, they rejected it. So, what is to be now changed if a new agreement or a new international health regulations are mandated?
Yes, here the best is if we go directly into these changes, and I may share again my screen. So you should be able now to see Article 12, the amendments to this Article 12. And just already in the headline, you see here public health emergency of regional concern or intermediate concern. That means already as a matter of precaution, terrorists could say, we think that there might be a future threat, so I declare an intermediate health alert, or I declare it just for Europe. That lowers, of course, the threshold for calling out a public health emergency of international concern. You can see abbreviation is fake. Now, it can just be done in the future by one single person, by the Director General. No need anymore to demand the countries, which so far was necessary. Then I continue. The reasons, there is a decision tree in Annex number 2 related to Article 12. And here, may I draw your attention on the middle, human influenza caused by a new subtype. That shall truly be a sufficient justification for declaring a new pandemic. Human influenza caused by a new subtype. We know, everybody knows, probably since the Romans, we have every winter a human influenza caused by a new subtype. And then this lower part here, clusters of other severe infections in which human-to-human transmission cannot be ruled out. So this is already very far-reaching in itself. And but this is not enough. As I mentioned already, this notion of One Health, it is somehow hidden in the international health regulations, but it is very clear in the new pandemic treaty. And in the new pandemic treaty, you will find this in the definition part. I just go down the use of terms, Article 1, and there, here, in Article 1 of the new pandemic treaty, use of terms, and actually this is so important that I share the screen and put it on Article 1. So, can you see the screen of Article 1? Yeah. Excellent. So here you see One Health approach. And this should actually frighten everybody who has so far nothing heard about this whole process. One Health approach means an integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystems. And when you go a bit further down, it says this approach mobilizes multiple sectors, disciplines, and communities at varying levels of society to work together, and so on, to health of ecosystems while addressing the collective need for clean water, energy, and air, and safe and nutritious food, and so on, taking action on climate change. Now, all of this is covered under the notion of One Health approach, which is not a new notion. It is being discussed for more than 10 years, probably 15 years, seemingly with an academic scientific approach and seemingly with a very good reason, but it opens the door to literally declare fake for any possible given reason. So we have now, with this One Health approach, with this decision tree of human influenza caused by a new subtype, transmission cannot be ruled out, we have such a wide discretion of reasons that we must come to the conclusion it is based on total arbitrariness, whether the God in Geneva, Director General, finds it suitable today to declare a public health emergency of international concern. And we have had already 3 years fake. The duration of COVID-19 fake was 3 years, more than 3 years. Now we are looking at having more fakes, and fakes for lesser good reason.
So Tedros, or Director General, having such competence, the next question would be which authority controls him, or the decision making of Director General, because we are talking now how one man can control the lives and livelihoods of billions of people. He can decide, regardless of the opinion of his advisors, whether to start a pandemic or when, if at all, to finish it, and everything in between, from lockdowns, school closures, vaccinating, testing, etc. So, and if we link this, that he has total immunity, you know, then he's not responsible for anything. And so we are talking, I think, of one man's supremacy, of one man's total power over almost all of humanity. Could we say we are talking about totalitarianism?
This is absolutely an example of totalitarianism, because there is no mechanism of checks and balances which balances out this power. And of course, a formalistic response would say, well, there is an authority controlling the decision making, and this is the World Health Assembly. And countries come together usually once per year. And if the Director General would, in theory, get total out of control, then still there would be the possibility to call him before this World Health Assembly. This is a formalistic approach. We have seen no such an attempt in the past 3.5 years. Not one single country has actually submitted a request to reconsider this method of PCR-based pandemic testing. Not one single country I have noticed of has requested to reconsider the mRNA-based vaccines. So I don't see an effective process of checks and balances associated with the World Health Assembly. So being citizens and ultimately paying the bill, we have to look for effective guarantees. Who is actually protecting our rights? Who is protecting the sovereignty of our country effectively? And if there's only a theoretical body, totally passive, not acting, then this is not a sufficient system of checks and balances. Historically, we could say, yes, WHO had only an advisory role. Their role when the World Health Constitution was drafted in 1945 to 48, and it was adopted in 48, was just to be a mere advisor. So for an advisory role, you don't need effective control, you don't need checks and balances. But now, with giving WHO more effective powers and authority to make these so important decisions for the entire world, how to test and how actually to respond to all these pandemics, what substance to take, only mRNA shall be allowed, then we definitely need a very powerful controlling authority and a mechanism that would allow the countries and also the individuals to say, no, stop, we don't have a pandemic, or stop, these substances are purely experimental and they are dangerous and they shall never enter into the public sphere. We don't take it. So, yeah.
Thank you. So there is no authority.
No authority, yeah.
No authority. Now I think we are coming to the root of all evil. And this is the so-called private-public partnerships. Yeah, we know that WHO gets its funding from two sources. The first one is the assessed contributions paid by the countries. These are membership fees. And the second one are voluntary contributions paid by the countries as well, by member states, and also by other organizations. The problem is they are paid mostly, and this is more than 80% by the so-called NGOs, shareholders, and also, of course, by pharmaceutical companies, because in the recent decades, as we know, the WHO has been taken over by big pharma. So this neoliberal ideology of private-public partnerships, is it a danger to the politics of WHO? As I said, 80% of more than 80% of WHO's funding comes from these organizations. So I think it's crystal clear who is running the show. What do you think?
Well, absolutely. I just share the screen again. This is totally correct what you said with respect to the payments, the assessed contributions or ordinary contributions of the 194 member states. This is from the WHO's homepage itself. They say it is so deplorable that in our ordinary budget, less than 20% comes from the ordinary or assessed contributions, and that we need more than 80% from the voluntary contributions. And already here, of course, this is an economic law. Who pays the piper commands the tune, or as saying in English, I mean, who actually pays the bill is in command of the service. So this is actually here the topic. And if we then go deeper into WHO's own homepage, we see it in more detail. Yes, okay. So here the voluntary contributions specified with a specific earmarked purpose that serves the private-public partner. And this is more than 70.3%. And then the voluntary contributions that still have a thematic earmarking, like it shall be used for COVID-19 vaccines. This is still 6.3. So taking that together, it is more than 76% right now. This is from the homepage. You find here the link below. And what does it mean? I mean, who are these people? That you asked the right question. And again, from the homepage of WHO, voluntary contributions specified, so with a very precise purpose. And number one, Germany, where we have always to ask the question, how sovereign is Germany when spending all of that money? Is that truly in the interest of the people, or is it more in the interest of their pharma? And then we have here Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, number 2. And here in position number 4, Gavi Alliance, which is significantly governed by Bill and Melinda Gates. They injected their first huge part of the founding finances into a Gavi Alliance to make it actually to found it. And still, they have reserved a huge influence on Gavi. So taking these two together, we come to over $1 billion US. Milliarden is German, so billion US dollar for a 2 years term. So that's number one. That's taking that together. That's number one. And that leads us then to the question, okay, who is this Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation? How actually benevolent are they? We know all that Bill Gates in 2019, at the occasion of the World Economic Forum, he told the public that it is a great return on investment, 20 to 1, his investment into vaccines. And by the way, it's tax-free. This is a tax-free profit. He mentioned that in this interview. It is still available to everybody. I mean, the question is, how philanthropic is Bill and Melinda Gates? He is invested also was invested in BioNTech. At the moment, and this is highly interesting, he started his investment at a time where BioNTech was sort of not yet visible to the investor for free, at the market share of 18.10 US dollar, and he sold it then at a price of plus minus 300. That's pandemic. This is what we call pandemic profiteering, because if you invest at that time and then you appear in the biggest news channels of Germany and then BBC to promote your vaccine in April, telling the people, unless everybody is vaccinated, nobody will be safe. So this is actually what we have to see as facts when talking about who is about to finance and who is behind and controls the WHO. He's not the only one, of course, but he seems to be a driver, a major driver, and the most important one. And he is self-interested. He has pandemic interest. He's a profiteer. He has profiteered, benefited from the pandemic hugely. So this is reality. He makes money out of pandemics.
So thank you. Do you see any solution to this? I mean, can the WHO be repaired, so to say?
Well, not with the current people, of course. The original idea was good. Let's have a joint platform of expertise where countries can benefit from the expertise of many different international experts. And maybe also this platform helps as a market to make it easier to facilitate for countries to get not only information, but also those, let's say, diagnostic tools that they find fit in their free decision-making process. Yes, this all could make sense. But right now, we have an investors-driven power structure that defines above our heads when do we have pandemics, and we have not yet spoken about their information control, the supremacy on information, which seems to be so important to them that we find it in both legal instruments, in the new pandemic treaty, Article 18, and then also in the amendments. We find it also in the discussions of United Nations, very prominently in several documents. So this seems to be a matter of high concern, to be in control of the public opinion, in control of the public information. As we are all lawyers, we all know that without an informed consent, no decision is legally binding. And in particular, not when it comes to experiments. When it comes to experimental substances, we must all remind ourselves there's an international convention on the political and civil rights, concluded under the title of United Nations, Article 7. It explicitly prohibits any kind of experimental treatment without a full informed consent. And this is something that is absolutely violated with a system where we would allow WHO to be in control of the information, not telling us how experimental these substances are, how dangerous, all of these risks. They were never allowed to enter the public sphere, and still today we find on the homepage of WHO the appraisal of these mRNA-based vaccines. There's tons of evidence that they still today promote these vaccines. So they are the main promoters of their sponsors' products.
Like CP with its 100-day vaccine program, funded by, Norwegian government, and also Bill and Melinda Gates. And you mentioned also World Bank.
Yes, absolutely.
It's also there. Yeah.
Yes, of course, they are more than just WHO and Gavi. There's CEPI. There are other organizations working closely together towards this main goal with an enormous economic power behind.
Yeah. So going back to this PPP, 3Ps, disclosure of contracts. I think this is also one or the biggest problem. These contracts with public, private, with these corporate entities, they are kept confidential upon the will, of course, of a donor. But it is not a way to guarantee a non-fraud policy. I think we spoke this with Dr. Petric. We know that 40 contracts with Facebook, WhatsApp, and other technological companies are not disclosed, and the terms of these contracts have not been cleared with the executive board and not with the World Health Assembly's approval, because of the donors, because the donors reject this. So, how do you comment this? Is it okay?
It is absolutely not okay. Even if we had not Article 737 in the WHO Constitution, just looking at the purpose of the WHO, that WHO shall do its best, summarize Article 1 of the Constitution, actually to promote and to help countries to safeguard public health of their people. There is Article 37 of the World Health Organization's Constitution, and it is very clear in this respect. It says in the performance of their duties of the Director General and the staff shall not seek or receive instructions from any government or from any authority external to the organization, and they shall refrain from any action which might reflect on their position as international officers. Each member of the organization on its part undertakes to respect the exclusively international character of the Director General and the staff, and not to seek to influence them. So they must be independent from the influence of private partners, of sponsors. And in order to prove that they are independent, they must disclose the private-public partnership agreements. Otherwise, it is not transparent. It's not possible, actually, to make sure that this principle that I just quoted from Article 37, that this is safeguarded.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. That's a very strong point. Of course, it's a clear additional indication that they follow instruction from their sponsoring partners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, talking about these two instruments, when they are adopted, could you perhaps sum up the most striking points possibly having fatal consequences on our lives?
Absolutely. So this is probably known by now. I just provide you with an overview on my most important critics. Let's put it this way. Let's start from a different perspective for now. And I just open again the screen. Look, we could say there are constitutive core elements of every constitution, whether it is Slovenia, Switzerland, United States, that are usually considered by every national constitutional court as absolutely indispensable for a democracy to survive, right? And I start here with point number 2, the democratic principle, self-determination of the people. Whatever we conclude with WHO, this shall never be in danger. Then also system of checks and balances shall never put into question, because we must always be in the position to correct abuse of power. Then, as I mentioned, a rule of law and right of free information, free speech. Now, and then ultimately, of course, effective protection of human rights. If you take away such an effective mechanism, then you eliminate one of the core elements of a true democratic system. Now, to your question coming back, I just show you the most critical points here. We can see, looking into international health regulations, and afterwards I will of course also summarize most critical points from the pandemic treaty. So number 1, we mentioned that already. We have seen that looking at Article 12, looking at the One Health concept. This is a concept of self-authorization, self-empowerment of WHO by mere declaration. It is just sufficient to call a press conference and say, now we have another fake, we have another pandemic. It will be as easy as that, and no contradiction possible. And coming with that, all the rest of number 2, number 3, number 4, as soon as there's an official declaration of a fake pending, then WHO recommendations will become legally binding. And legally binding, that's another very crucial point, also point of debate. The public will say, no, they are, the official side will say it's not legally binding. Please then explain to me, why do we have, why do we have, I briefly go into here, Article 13A. This is a proposal. Why do countries shall undertake to follow WHO's recommendations in the international public health response? Or another article, 42, why do we have that health measures shall be initiated and completed without delay by all parties? Talking here about temporary recommendations and permanent recommendations. And as I said, of course, they have still the sovereignty not to follow, but this would be then an example of a breach of an international contract, which then would be subject to the implementation committees, supervisory actions, compliance committee, and ultimately health assembly. So number 2, the big point is that WHO will have the directive power, the power to issue directives and to govern directly into our lives, whether it is lockdowns, the duty to wear masks, then to promote a digital electronic passport as a precondition for traveling, or as a precondition for going to work, or for participating in public life. And most significantly, WHO will be the sole power on the globe to define which substance will be considered to be sufficient to make people have the status they are vaccinated, they are healthy. They are the only ones. There will be no second opinion be allowed. And can we imagine and time in history where no second opinion was allowed. And here we have then point number 3, excuse me, here we go, point number 3, information controlled censorship, already mentioned, no checks and balances. So all of that are elements of totalitarianism. These are elements of we never have in democracy, in a democratic structure, any kind of this, and we would not be in a state of alarm if we had not seen the past of having more than 3 years public health emergency of international concern for COVID. It was extended and extended again for having it from end of January 2020 to 3rd of May 2023, just last year. So all of that will be a permanent status without any accountability, with full immunity, with full tax exemption. And we don't then even have to ask the question, what about the fundamental rights? What about human dignity? If all the judges hear all the time the same manipulated information about how dangerous the virus is, and that the sole solution will be this vaccination, then they cannot effectively protect fundamental rights. So that was with respect to international health regulations, very briefly. And then, as we don't have so much time, of course, I just throw in a couple of notions with respect to the New Pandemic Treaty. Please, if you have time, go into Article 17, whole of government and whole of society approach at the national level. These are additional effective proof of a very totalitarian approach. That means that all branches of the government, all elements of the society shall execute any kind of recommendations, which we have seen will become orders just because WHO has issued them. So if there's just the stamp or the logo of WHO on any given paper, it will have to be executed down to the very local community level. Then I mentioned this approach of One Health. And then there's another very, very crucial part, equity. They have in mind that equity is more important than human rights. What do they mean? With equity, they mean the fairness in distributing vaccines. They say the biggest problem in the past was that not all countries got their vaccine, mRNA-based, sufficiently quickly. So we have to make sure for the future they will be equally treated. And this is where the term equity comes from. And on this title, you will find that in Article 11 and ongoing, WHO intends to establish a system of transfer of technology, transfer of know-how, where those countries who have the know-how, who have the technology to produce mRNA-based vaccines, shall transfer it to the other countries. But also they have already established in Africa a production hub for a huge mass-scale production of mRNA-based vaccines. Then the notion of regulatory strengthening, Article 14, to speed up the process of national authorization of mRNA-based or other new experimental vaccines. They said that was a process that took still too long, far too long. This process of 6 months, we can reduce it to 6 weeks or to 10 weeks. So this is meant by regulatory strengthening. And of course, WHO wants to become the global authority to actually define what kind of substances shall be accepted. Then we will have a new power, the Conference of the Parties. And that's my last point of many points that should be mentioned. And please, it's anything from being complete. But there will be also a new body created according to the latest version of the pandemic treaty, dating from 30th of October 2023, Conference of the Parties. And this Conference of the Parties shall be given the power to define amendments and annexes to the new pandemic treaty. So it will become an evolving instrument, an evolving treaty, which will allow the conference of the parties, which is ultimately the selection of the member states, to actually just conclude on new amendments without having the vote of the people, without having the parliaments, the national parliaments involved. So these are just some of the most concerning changes that deviate so far from any of our principles of free information, principles of democracy, the basic principles of also checks and balances, the principle of legality. We need to have standards, standards that are transparent and controllable. And yes, so if we have such a huge number of constitutional principles being breached and our own self-determination will diminish to zero, then we must conclude that all of these changes, they all amount to a factual change of our own national constitution. Because our national capacity, our capacity to defend our human rights, to defend our self-determination, to have free speech, to have a law-based politics, this capacity will be diminished to almost zero. So we must treat also these changes as if it were changes to our national constitutions. And the same goes also with respect to the WHO constitution itself. So far, the WHO has no capacity other than to just provide advice. It has just advisory capacity. There's nothing to be found in the WHO constitution that would grant WHO the authority to make decisions over the heads of their member states. So we have in the same time also a factual change of the WHO's constitution itself. That means at least 6 months in advance, member states should be informed. Hello, member states, we want to change our constitution. We are now far less than 6 months in advance. So that's number one, and 2/3 again for a quorum for the adaptation of changes. So all of that raises a lot of legal technical questions, and please, my apologies to the spectators, to the listeners, that this is a bit complicated, but on the other side, this allows us to have such a huge number of arguments that are objectively seen, usually must be seen as counter arguments against these two legal instruments, and that must conclude us to clearly say no to these changes, to these new treaties.
Thank you, Philipp. And we have to mention also special funding, huh?
Yes, this is right. WHO, yes, thank you. Under this treaty, WHO reserves its right to assign additional funding duties to the countries and saying, oh, we find we are still underfunded for the project of new mRNA-based vaccines. So let's take the richer countries and make them pay more payments than just the assessed contributions. Yes, absolutely. It shall be put into the hands and discretion of WHO to define additional fundings. Yeah.
So
I have some comment in between. I think WHO is not trying to impose power just on health regulation. They are widening the concept also to climate change, CO2 problems, production of food. That means if they gain all this power, they will regulate practically every aspect of our lives, not just health.
This is correct. Maybe I was not clear enough, but that's exactly what I wanted to say. This is the One Health approach. Absolutely correct. Yes, Robert, thank you.
That means that we are actually talking about establishing a one-world government in the world.
We are on the fast track towards this this fact, and I usually don't. I try to avoid terms that we could then be called by the name of conspiracy theorist. But what we can see here is the fast track toward a one world government. Yes, absolutely. Nothing less than that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mhm. Okay. You know, I would like to know, we have a Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is the highest codification of human rights and freedoms. And doesn't all these articles you talked about, which are to be changed, do they clash directly with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was adopted by the United Nations? And WHO is only an agency of the United Nations.
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. Tiasha, I briefly go into the respective slide here. So you mentioned Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and literally almost every of these basic human rights here is, of course, is violated. So what we see here, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. So it's a breach of dignity, actually, if we tell all human beings, you must now be vaccinated and you must take this substance, even if you do it with nicer words than I just did it. But we have very strong, one of the strongest actually, is what I mentioned before, this International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights of United Nations, Article 7. It is sort of the equivalent to the Nuremberg Code. It's not the Nuremberg Code, but it's very equivalent. What does it say? That's the anti-torture article. And it says in second sentence, in particular, no one shall be subjected to medical or scientific experimentation without his or her voluntary consent. What does it mean? Voluntary consent means we must be given free choice, no pressure whatsoever, no even social pressure. And number two, full information on the experimental character of these substances, in the sense of we don't know anything about safety. Actually, we have some information that is not safe, blah, blah, blah. So this is also part of United Nations, a long list of here, you see it also, it's Article 5 within Universal Declaration. No one shall be subject to torture or to cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment. And this is my main assertion against WHO, my main assertion also as a lawyer who has submitted a criminal complaint against Swissmedic. It is an example of cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment of people if we don't give them free choice and full information. This is a backdrop into medieval times. We shall never allow that. And as this article here, we go back, even this provision applies even in time of public emergency, which threatens the life of the nation and is officially proclaimed. So we cannot use this excuse, oh, this is just an emergency authorization, so thereby we can allow exceptions from this. No, there's no exception to that whatsoever. So yes, the list, of course, is much longer of all these fundamental rights, Tiasha, that is violated, but here are just the most important ones. Yeah.
Thank you. So you have had also with Dr. Sylvia Bernd, I mentioned before, the Austrian lawyer, many lectures. Also, you were invited by, I think, Christine from Germany, the MEP, member of European Parliament, Anderson. And I would like to know what were the responses of the members of Parliament. You know, I think only around seven members of European public appear in public. Parliament, sorry, appear in public, and not more. This number is not growing, and I'm a little bit alarmed by this fact.
Well, it takes some time. The number is growing. If you look at the letter that was drafted and sent by 12 MEPs end of November directly to Tedros from a team around Rob Rose, and signed obviously by all of these 7 members of the European Parliament, but in altogether 12. It is like planting a seed. It takes some time to convince people, and luckily we still have a bit of time. It seems to be a very strong political pressure on politicians not to stick out their heads, unfortunately, but we see more and more politicians to do so. And what I also see is, I can tell you that behind the scenes they are gathering together. We are helping them to get together to develop political action plans in order to better inform the public and to put pressure on their specific governments. This is now growing behind the scenes, and I have the highest respect for those politicians who wants to build first a growing power that would then, in a couple of months, then grow and come into the surface. Onto the surface. I can tell you that in every country that I have visited, the number of MPs, members of parliament, is growing and the interest is growing. So it's truly like planting a seed that needs some time to grow, and things are moving, definitely. Yes.
Thank you. That's a great news.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And thank you for your efforts, you know. I know that you and
I'm just one, you know, of many who does that, and I have happened the luck to be one of the first to be called from the European Parliament, but there are others. And bear in mind, right before, during, and right after the World Health Assembly's assembly in Geneva in May, there will be many manifestations and political campaigns, and there you will see how big it has come, also how well connected the international groups of lawyers, of human rights activists have now cooperated, now established their cooperation. So this will become more and more visible, and we have then 10 months time after 1st of June in order to have our governments issue this letter of rejection letter. Yeah.
Thank you. I think Robert is going to ask you something.
Yes. Yes. As we know, EU Parliament elections are just around the corner.
Yep.
Yeah. How do we choose the right candidates? Can we expect in EU Parliament in future more parliamentarians that will speak up on this EU nonsense? Will we get more sensible people? How do you see it through Europe? Because you're traveling a lot and you meet with a lot of people.
Yes. Sure. Well, first I must say I'm from Switzerland, a Swiss lawyer. Switzerland is not in the EU, but we are heavily influenced by the political actions that are decided in Brussels and in Strasbourg. And as you mentioned, I am also involved almost like a diplomatic mission and consulted with and from European members of Parliament. And the interest is growing. There are new members of European Parliament presenting themselves to vote. From Italy, it will be Renate Holzheisen. I hope so. I have no final confirmation, but it looks to me that she's going to this direction. We have from Austria a small group. that present themselves with the clear purpose to stop the pandemic treaties. Maria Hubner-Mock, then as a small group around her, then also from the FPÖ from Austria. And so from every country, you will see candidates who present themselves with a clear mission statement: we will stop these new pandemic treaties. And I can only wish that people put their vote behind those brave politicians. Often they are not even politicians. They have totally changed their lives to bring this mission to Brussels, because the decisions are taken there. And we see that this is just a farce. This parliament is not an example of true democracy at all. So we need to increase the pressure with all the instruments we have. And personally, I think it's better to try to influence in person than just staying aside and doing nothing. So identify your politicians from your country that have been clearly positioned themselves against WHO's new pandemic treaty and the amendments of the international health regulations.
Yes, the future is today in very fog. If we saw 3 years of intense change in structure of society, that's all behind us. The problems and the new legislative loops that infringe on fundamental freedoms are increasingly complex and hidden. The media is under control. Censorship is in all-time high because nobody's reporting on nothing, and people are somehow losing their focus or motivation. We would gladly like to hear how to set up the struggle or resistance, how to fight back, because people are wondering what are the right steps, because they wander from one subject to another subject, and not all the struggle they are investing in this fight back makes sense. So where do you see solutions? How should people organize? What should they do to have more effects on politicians?
Yes, my first advice would be just put one foot in front of the other, one step after the other, and start with the most obvious and most mature problem. And yes, I am aware that there are many other problems. We don't name them now, but we should start with the most obvious, with the most mature one. And now after 4 years of evidence we gathered from COVID-19, that it was not an brutal Spanish flu type of devastating pandemic to the entire world. It was not. That's a lie. It's a total lie. It was a flu, yes, but it was not life-threatening to the majority of the people. So it were the measures that were harmful. All of that is on the table, and on the table are these new treaties. So my first advice would be focus on that topic, gather as many people as possible behind that, because this is the entrance door and the key to all the other problems as well that are all related with the United Nations and with the World Economic Forum, CBDC, closely connected to the digital health pass, of course. So the digital currency that shall be introduced. Yes, I agree, it's totally interconnected. My first advice would be, let's start with confronting the WHO problem and forcing the public debate on that topic, forcing the public to look at this problem. Because what I have seen so far, everybody who has seen just what we have now discussed with her own eyes, independent whether vaccinated, non-vaccinated, a follower of the state government's recommendations, yes or not, everybody so far was saying, oh, wow, is it so bad? We don't want that. Never, ever. So let's start with these two agreements. bring it to the public's attention, bring the evidence that this is truly in these two agreements, and then do it step by step, one after the other. I can tell you the seeds are growing that we have planted. So try to inform your friends, your family members, try to establish a public debate and put some pressure on your politicians. They are the ones who are the safeguards of your constitutions. They shall also protect your health. How can your health be protected if just 1, 2, 3 people are allowed to make their decision binding for you? So this is easy to understand and easy to resist. We just need to increase the public understanding. And with public understanding comes public pressure. And we work together all over the world. It is amazing to see that. I don't get any money for that, just if you hear me like that. It is a huge sacrifice for me, for my finances. I have 2 children. They don't see me almost never in the past 3, 4 years. I do that because I want to protect my children for the future. I do that in public. I stand as a witness at disposal to every television station, if they would call, to every newspaper, if they would call. I stay at disposal as a witness because I don't want to have this future for my children. And please try to involve yourself wherever you can, with as little as it is. That will make the difference.
Yes, very brave words from very brave hearts. Thank you for those words. For the end, is there any message that you would like to bring to our Slovene people? What would you say? You said a lot, but for final words.
The final words are very simple. Our right of self-determination and human dignity is the same for every person all over the world, and it does not depend on any government to grant it and on any constitution to have it formalized. You have that. It is given to you from God since you are on this planet. So your right of self-determination and also self-dignity is something that is your right, and it belongs to you and to your children. Stand up and defend it. These are the times where we must do so. And I can tell you there are so many brothers and sisters on this planet that together we are stronger than all of these globalists and global anarchists and power abuses. And it will be a pleasure to defend ourselves.
Very sovereign words from very sovereign person. Tjasa, would you add anything to that? Microphone.
I would just like to thank you really for your efforts. I know how much sacrifice this is for your family, and I would like to thank you that you devote so much time to our cause, for all your commitment and for all your support. And may your work bear very rich fruits.
Thank you, Joshua. May our joint work bring the fruits jointly together, and every contribution has the same great value. This is so important. Thank you so much, Joshua and Robert, for making this interview possible and for your efforts as well. They will bring hope to so many people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Philipp.
Thank you for your time. We are thanking the audience for time you're invested in listening to this interview. Spread this interview between your people, your friends, your family, and we hope to see you soon in another interesting happening or interview. Thank you.
Thank you very much, also from my side.
Lep dober večer vsem nam in vsem vam in vsem, ki ste se nocoj zbrali tukaj v prostorih Društva za srečno življenje Belis. Naj vam povem, da je ta intervju, ki je bil vrhunski, da je povedal res tiste stvari, ki jih mora povedati, in stvari, ki smo jih govorili 3 leta in pol, pravzaprav 4 leta. In prav je tako, da dobimo informacije, da smo suvereni, da nam nobena vlada ne more naše svobodne volje vzeti. Lahko nam seveda kukavičje jajce podstavijo, češ da je nekaj svobodno, ampak vedno imejte pred očmi, da so zastonj stvari, ponujene stvari strani vlade vedno vprašljive. Treba je vedno odkriti, kaj je za tem, kaj stoji za tem. Ker ko se enkrat odločiš, podpišeš, je žal prepozno. Tako, vsem krasen, dober večer, vse lepo, rad vas imam, lepo vas je videti, hvala, ker ste si vzeli čas. In gremo tale naš program seveda skozi, tako kot ponavadi. Bom jaz poskušal predstaviti stvari. In sicer se bom najprej priključil na tale naš slajd, zato da bomo lahko skupaj sledili stvarem. Takole, nocoj, če boste imeli še možnost in čas in vas ne bo spanec premamil, seveda vas povabim, da ne zamudite filma tedna Minimalizem, imel boš nič in boš srečen, ampak ta film ima v bistvu dvojno sporočilo. Ima dobro sporočilo in ima sporočilo, o katerem se pogovarjamo, imel boš nič in boš srečen. V bistvu je film o iskanju sreče, odpoved stvarem pa je osrečuje. Jaz se 100% ne strinjam s tem, zaradi tega, ker v stvari lahko vdahneš dušo, lahko te pa osrečijo tako kot nov avto za pol leta ali pa mobitel za 14 dni, potem pa nisi več srečen. Lahko si pa z mobitelom tudi zadovoljen, če veš, kako in kaj ravnati, ali pa s kakšno drugo stvarjo. Vendar je treba vedeti, da to, kar bomo videli nocoj, kako mobitelom prisluškujejo, kaj se vse dogaja, bo zelo zanimivo. Tako da povabim vas ob 20. uri, da ostanete, da si pogledamo ta film, potem nekako zelo zanimiv. Če gremo zdaj, se pravi, naprej, je torkov večer, bi vas rad opozoril oziroma povabil, da imamo to vsak teden. Naslednje srečanje bo 27. februarja ob 19:30 uri in usmeritveni program ste dobili po mailu, kdor želi lahko kljukne tam, klik in se bo odprl. Imamo temo, ki je predvidena, če bo pa kaj ažurnega, aktualnega, bomo pa tudi to spletli zraven, tako kot vedno dodamo še dodatno vsebino. Program srečanja danes, gremo torej naprej, sobota 24. februar 2024 in najprej seveda vprašanje za pregled zapisnika 151. srečanja Društva Belis z dne 17. januarja oziroma februarja, 2024. In vas vprašam, ali ima kdo kakšno pripombo na naš zapisnik, ki je tukaj pred vami. Torej, Teja, srčna hvala, nocoj si z nami, se lahko iz prve roke zahvalim za njeno delo. In vas vprašam, ali ima kdo kakšno pripombo tukaj v prostoru. Torej, hvala lepa. Smatram, da je zapisnik iz 151. srečanja soglasno sprejet in ga bomo lepo spravili v naš tekoči arhiv. Hvala lepa za tole. Po tej kratki predstavitvi nocojšnjega programa bo Mihael Bellis imel informacijsko korupcijo. Zelo zanimiva tema v naraščajoči grožnji v naši digitalni dobi. Vse, česar se tiče, to se pravi, sedaj predstavlja nov in zaskrbljujoč trend v digitalni dobi. Nanaša se na zlonamerno manipulacijo z osebnimi podatki, čemur smo vsi priče. Osebne izkaznice biometrični podatki, potem potni listi in druge stvari. In ta oblika korupcija se kaže na različne načine, od kraja identitete, širjenja vladnih dezinformacij in propagande, do vdora v računalniške sisteme z namenom kraja podatkov in uničevanja posameznikov, društev, družb, podjetij, ne boste verjeli, celo celih nacij. Tako da je to silno težka in nevarna zadeva za nas posameznike, da pridejo naši osebni podatki kompromitirani, in ko so enkrat ukradeni, zelo težko dobimo identiteto nazaj. Veliko takih primerov je in še vedno več jih bo, kajti vse se seli v oblak, vse se seli v računalnike. To se pravi, vabljeni tudi danes k razmisleku v tej temi, ko bomo imeli, v mailu sem vam poslal tudi link, kjer pa za masovno vladno cenzuro je pa seveda en znanstvenik odkril besede, ki jih uporabljajo, ki so sicer lepe za slišati, v resnici pa pomenijo popolnoma nekaj drugega. Ko se začnejo oglašati akademiki, ko se začnejo oglašati profesori, znanstveniki in tako naprej, je to vse naročilo politike, in to je spet eno tako jajce, ponarejeno, ki po naročilu politike se skrije za te razne naslove, doktorje in tako naprej, za izvedbo vsega tega, kar pač je. In se vam splača seveda to poslušati. Slovenija je pa itak dela po smernicah Evropske unije, v tem pogledu sledi točno temu programu. Potem imamo pa seveda naprej Božje življenje, bo predsednica društva Iviliana Bellis, koncept, dejansko koncept, ki buri duhove že od nekdaj. In razprava o božjem življenju je, kot smo rekli, kot potovanje v neznano. Vsak korak prinaša nova spoznanja in odpira nove perspektive. Kar je zanimivo, zadnji stavek v tem sporočilu: brez vere bi bil naš razum omejen na otipljivo, brez razuma pa bi bila naša vera slepa. In več o tem bo povedala Iviliana. Potem sledi ta film, o katerem sem vam že povedal, Minimalizem, imel boš nič in boš srečen. Zdaj tukaj nastane vprašanje, ali je samo razlastitev formula za pravo srečo, kot jo sugerira film Minimalizem. Ali bodo res drugi, država in tako naprej, skrbeli zame, zato ker če imaš zelo malo, če nimaš nič, si res odvisen od sosedov, od prijateljev, od države, od službe in tako naprej. Da bodo dolgotrajno skrbeli za nas, kajti samooskrba je dejansko ključ do samostojnosti. In za samooskrbo človek kar potrebuje nekaj stvari, da se oskrbuje. Ali prihaja čas, ko je samooskrba postala moteča, ker moti našo srečo, bomo skozi ta film skušali razmišljati. Tukaj so sicer neke stvari napisane in vas povabim, da o tem seveda tudi razmislite, preberete, ker film je dejansko dvorezen meč. Na eni strani ponuja srečo z nič, po drugi strani pa človeka v resnici na dolgi rok osrečujejo odnosi in ne stvari, ki prinašajo le kratkotrajno srečo. Pravijo kot muha enodnevnica. Zdaj tako film razkriva kulturno pripoved, ki se je v bistvu zdaj razvijala skozi desetletja v Ameriki pod imenom 333. Pardon. 333 je ime programa za 333 stvari, ki jih imaš. Od oblek do stvari v stanovanju. Mislim, v takšne detajle so se začeli ljudi celo spuščati. Film si bomo skupaj ogledali. Oceno, gledajte, vtise in misli iz filma, pa bo moral po ogledu filma predelati pač vsak zase osebno in oceniti, kje se v življenju nahaja in v bistvu kaj ga najbolj osrečuje. Tako, danes smo naredili nekaj novosti, in sicer nam je uspelo, da smo ta redni Zoom, imamo sicer itak mi vedno live stream, ampak uspeli smo ga nekako povezati hkrati na Rumble, na Odise, na YouTube in potem pa še tudi na Telegram, tako da nekako malo gre, da gre malo okrog stvari, da se malo razširi. če nas že povsod blokirajo z ene strani, smo pa mi rekli, bomo pa pokukali ven z druge strani. A ne? Tako da se ne pustimo kar tako ustaviti. Dobro, tukaj je tudi Telegram. Še kdo od navzočih še ni na Telegramu, tukaj gledajte je QR koda, dobili ste jo tudi po elektronski pošti, kliknete z mobitelom, preberete in ste v naši dobri družbi na Telegramu, v Društvu za srečno življenje Belis, kjer je preko 700 članov noter, kjer si dopisujemo, se pogovarjamo, pridejo razni članki, obvestila in vas povabim seveda, da se nam pridružite, ker druga omrežja so več ali manj blokirana, onemogočajo razne dostope, deljenja, copy-paste, znižujejo števce, ne, recimo realnih pogledov sploh ni več, ker če imaš števc visoko številko, potem rečejo ljudje, aha, to je pa dobra tema, bom pogledal. Če je majhna številka, reče, že na prvi pogled vidi tam gor, ne vem, 30 ogledov, reče, to pa ni pomembno, a ne. In na tak način v bistvu goljufajo tile tehnologi in uveljavljajo svoj prav in to so ta gnila jajca, ki se preoblačijo, to laž hočejo spraviti v obliko resnice. In še obvestilo, še enkrat, za tiste, ki niste bili prejšnji teden, a ne, misteriji ponujajo posebno kodo za popust, ki jo vpišete ob naročilu, če bi kdo želel revijo naročiti, in namesto 68 evrov boste lahko plačali za 12 številk za letno naročino 69 evrov, se pravi, misteriji za Društvo Belis, za člane, da 10 evrov popusta pri letni naročilu misterijev. Tako da to, kar se tega tiče, sem danes odkril en članek, sem ga naknadno dal v poročilu, kemoterapija, in to je prava resnica o kemoterapiji. Priporočam, da si preberete to, neodvisne raziskave, kaj potrjujejo, skratka, stvari se vedno bolj odpirajo in povejo vse, kar je res in kaj ni res, a ne. Dobro. Mihael Bellis bo čez nekaj trenutkov vam predstavil informacijsko korupcijo, naraščajočo grožnjo v digitalni dobi. Začnemo čez kakšno minutko. Tako, evo, dober večer še enkrat vsem. Informacijska korupcija, kaj je to? Neka nova skovanka. Gre za novodobno potrošniško obsedenost, dragi moji. Državnih akterjev itak živijo na račun informacij oziroma naših osebnih podatkov. No, pa si danes, poglejmo to zanimivo kriminalko. Zgodilo se je nekaj, kar bi si težko predstavljali v najbolj divjih sanjah. Novice, ki so jih ljudje brali, so bile nezaslišane, nore. Zakaj? Ker so bile lažne. Na družbenih omrežjih je bilo še huje. Tam so se širile kot požar. Vsak dan je trajal boj med vsemi nami, kaj je res in kaj ni res. En primer, ki je šokiral ljudi, je bil tisti o politiku, ki naj bi bil vpleten v škandal. Večina je hitro skočila na vlak obsojanja, a kmalu se je izkazalo, da je bila novica povsem izmišljena. Kdo bi si mislil, da nekdo vloži toliko truda, da uniči nekomu drugemu življenje? Ugled, družino, službo, skratka kompletno življenje. ali pa celo kompletno politično stranko. Ampak to je bil šele začetek. Sledili so sovražni govori na spletu, ki so ljudi razvajali in širili strah. Družba je postala kot polje min, kjer je bilo vsak dan in vsak trenutek, vsak korak narediti nevarno, kajti lahko poči vsak trenutek. Potem pa so prišli vdori. Velika podjetja so bila tarča in vsakič, ko je prišlo do vdora, so bili podatki na tisoče ljudi ogroženi. Spomnite se Elesa, vdor v firmo. Vsi podatki so šli ven, pa zavarovalnic. Identitete so bile ukradene, finančne informacije razkrite, kdo zasluži, koliko zasluži, kam pošilja denar, s kom se druži, komu plačuje večerje, v kaj vlaga, kaj kupuje, koliko ima, in povsod je zavladal en sam velik strah. Zakaj? Zaradi nepoštenega poslovanja. In posledice, dragi moji, so katastrofalne. Ljudje so začeli dvomiti v vse, kar so videli in slišali. Ker politika je želela na vsak način to zakriti, preusmeriti pozornost drugam. Zaupanje je bilo uničeno, družba razdeljena in demokracija oslabljena. Da ne govorim o gospodarstvu. Ja, šele gospodarstvo je trpelo in kakor smo priče, še vedno trpi, saj so podjetja utrpela ogromne škode, finančne izgube, ugled in tako naprej. Predvsem zaupanje. A ljudje niso le sedeli in opazovali, kako se vse podira okoli njih. Tudi društvo naše ni samo stalo in gledalo. Začeli smo se organizirati, začeli smo se ozaveščati in začeli smo se bojevati nazaj in še vedno se bojujemo. In še vedno odkrivamo stvari, ki so jih nam zakrili. Izboljšali smo si medijsko pismenost, začeli smo podpirati neodvisne medije, okrepili kibernetsko varnost, o tem se tudi ozaveščamo in danes je en del, en segment tega zelo pomemben. Pričeli smo sodelovati tudi mednarodno. Tudi Društvo Belis ima iz več kot 30 držav člane in smo zelo povezani. Boj proti informacijski korupciji je tako postal, dragi moji prijatelji, člani in vsi, ki nocoj sledite v živo ta večer, je postal in ostaja boj za naše preživetje. Vsak je moral preživeti, prevzeti svoj delček odgovornosti, tisto minimalno odgovornost, o kateri je prej govoril odvetnik KRUSE, in prispevati k zaščiti integritete informacijskih in komunikacijskih sistemov. Ker če se mi ne bi zoperstavili, bi bila vsaka resnica zgolj stvar preteklosti, zakopana pod kupom laži. In do resnice več ne moreš priti, kajti te igle vseeno preprosto ne moreš najti. Morda s kakšnim magnetom, pa še tam se vse sorte prime gor. Ali bo uporaba družbenih medijev vodila v politično polarizacijo s filtrirnimi mehurčki? Ste slišali za filtrirne mehurčke? Niste? Družbeni mediji so postali naša vsakodnevna realnost, a v ozadju se skriva nevarna past, filter, mehurček. Želim z vami podeliti, kaj je to. To je ena najbolj nevarnih stvari. Ste slišali za mehurčke v vrtcu? Med covidom so delali mehurčke. Ja? Glejte, to so algoritmi, naj si bodo računalniški, lahko je pa algoritem tudi odredba, lahko je algoritem tudi zakon, ki dela take mehurčke in dejansko delajo z nami mehurčke. Zakonite mehurčke in to je zakon in mi smo v mehurčku in to je ena vrste algoritem, ki skrbi, glejte, da vidimo le tisto in samo tisto, kar potrjuje naša že obstoječa mnenja. Govorim zdaj o družbenih omrežjih. Še bolj nas zavije v en tak mehurček. In kaj je rezultat? Še globlja politična polarizacija. Želim vam to še bolj natančno predstaviti. Predstavljajte si, recimo, da iščete informacije o političnem dogodku, kateremkoli. En uporabnik dobi rezultate, ki potrjujejo točno njegovo prepričanje. Saj veste, kaj vse se na internetu nahaja za vsakega nekaj. medtem ko drug človek, ki je drugačen uporabnik, dobi povsem drugačne rezultate. Jaz sem bil tukaj priča, ko sva soprogo iskala nekaj v zvezi z informacijami in ko sva v Google vpisala, se niso pojavili enaki rezultati. V isti sobi, isti operater, din mobitel drugačen in dobila sva povsem drugačne rezultate. Meni to takrat ni bilo jasno, vendar danes povsem razumem. To ni znanost iz neke, veste, izmišljene zgodbe. To je kruta resničnost. Prav zares trda resničnost, ki se je sploh ne zavedamo, dokler vam nekdo ne pove. Glejte, prilagojeni rezultati iskanja v iskalniku Google, v katerem koli že, so le ena drobna plat. Potem imamo pa družbena omrežja, ki uporabljajo iste trike, iste finte, iste algoritme, samo za drug namen. In glejte, algoritem določa, kaj vidite v vašem novičarskem viru. In to je po navadi tisto, kar najbolj verjamete, kar največ iščete, kar največ berete, zaradi tega, ker algoritem meri tudi timing, koliko časa ste zadržite na eni fotografiji, na eni novici, pri enem naslovu in tako naprej. Vse se meri, vsak klik, vsaka črka, vsaka pika, vse, kar stisnete. In hkrati vam še obraz meri vaša počutja in vaše obrazno izraznost. Kaj pa je lahko negativni vpliv teh mehurčkov? No, zdaj vemo, kaj je ta mehurček, ne? Vsak dobi novico, ki ga zanima, ker ga analizira, ampak vsakega posebej. Algoritem dela to, dela algoritem. In če hoče vladati za kakšnega vede, s čem se ukvarja, kako imajo to lepo v umetni inteligenci shranjeno, pogledajo, kadar čijo in tako naprej. Brez naše vednosti. Brez, da bi nas vprašali, kaj je negativni vpliv tega. Omejena izpostavljenost različnim mnenjem, predvsem zato gre, da smo omejeni samo na to, kar dobimo. V filter mehurčku lahko živite v svojem majhnem, srečnem svetu, brez stika z drugačnimi perspektivami. In če mislite, da je to vse, se motite. Dezinformacije se v takem okolju širijo hitreje kot ogenj po suhem grmičevju. Zdaj, vprašanje je, kako se lahko temu izognemo. Ne vem, če imate vi kakšno idejo, kako bi se lahko, ker smo vsi tako ukvačkani v to. Vsak ima svoj mobitel, vsak ima svoj računalnik, ne? A veste, raznolikost je ključ. Človek, ki zna razmišljati na več strani, različno, v tem je ključ. Ključ je v tem, da se ne omejujemo samo na en vir informacij, da nismo samo na Facebooku, da nismo samo na Pop TV-ju, da nismo samo na Planetu TV, da nismo samo, ne vem, na Instagramu, Telegramu, ampak da gremo na več različnih informacij. Seveda je to časovno zelo zahtevno, težko, ampak po drugi strani pa potem bolje nič, kakor samo v enem mehurčku. Preverjajte različne vire, to je moj nasvet. Bodite kritični do tega, kar vidite. In se pogovarjajte z ljudmi, ki imajo drugačna mnenja. Zakaj? Ker drugačno mnenje vas zbudi, začnete razmišljati, daje vam novo informacijo, seveda, če znate poslušati. In to so ljudje, ki imajo drugačna mnenja, druge informacije in seveda tudi druga dokazna sredstva. Le tako, na tak način, če se bomo pogovarjali, bomo preprečili, da bi se naše duhovno, versko, politično in karakterno razumevanje zmanjšalo na ozek pas, na eno ozko potico, potico, stezico, kje so tiste stezice, prekrito s filtrom, ki prikazuje samo en delček resnice, samo eno pot. Predlagam, da se poglobimo še malo v to temo filtriranih mehurčkov. Je tega še veliko, ampak dajmo še malo poglobiti. Ti algoritmi, o katerih smo govorili, smo rekli, da določajo, kaj vidimo na spletu, so kot čarovnija, čira. Vedno bolj nas zapirajo in mi se tega sploh ne zavedamo v naše miselne vzorce. v naše miselne zapore, če smem reči. Zapor, v miselno rešetko. Ne. In ko smo enkrat, dragi moji, ujeti v ta mehurček, je zelo, zelo, zelo težko priti iz njega. In posledice tega so zelo resne. Ne le politična polarizacija, temveč tudi družbena delitev nastane zaradi tega, ker se jaz ne strinjam s tem, ker imam svoj mehurček. Ko ljudje živijo v svojem mehurčku, je isto, kjer se njihova mnenja le še ojačajo in izgubijo sposobnost empatije. In to se dogaja vedno pogosteje. Zgubiš razsodnost empatije do drugačnih pogledov. Ne toleriraš več ničesar, kar je drugačnega od tvojega mnenja. Ali pa od mnenja s prijatelji, s katerimi si skupaj. In tukaj se zahteva dejansko ena širina. Poleg tega je filter mehurček kot goba za dezinformacije. To je fantastično. Zakaj za dezinformacije? Ker če te zanima ena stvar in algoritem pogrunta, da te to zanima, ti bo še več tega dal, še bolj te bo napil. Da boš poln ko goba in potem, a veste, če rožo vtakneš v vodo, v tako gobo, ki je polna voda, ki je napita, seveda ta roža uspeva. Glejte, nevarne laži se hitro širijo med tistimi, ki jim že verjamejo. Namesto, da bi internet orodje za izobraževanje bilo namenjeno, orodje za širok pogled v svet, kakor je bilo včasih. Jaz se spominjam vseh teh lepih časov, ko je to bilo še, mislim, res narejen svobodno, na široko, brez cenzure. Zdaj pa svet postaja mehurčkast, ljudi zapira, ene na Instagram, ene v Telegram, ene na Facebook, no, in že samo ta delitev, pa še znotraj tega so različna področja, pa različne skupine, pa še vsak ima svoj face tam gor, ne? Se pravi, najprej se zapreš zase, potem se zapreš v skupino, potem se zapreš še nekam in kaj boš, in to je tvoj svet. To je mehurček. To so mentalne zapore in glejte, ni boljšega orožja kot to, da vlada izkoristi in to postane orožje, fantastično orožje za manipulacijo oblasti ter drugih megakorporacij. V čem je pa finta? Ko imaš ti družbo, recimo Slovencev 2 milijona, recimo, a ne? In znotraj 2 milijonov imaš 200 tisoč skupin, in znotraj 200 tisoč skupin imaš 500 tisoč grupic, ki ima vsaka svoje mnenje, vsaka je zaprta v svojo dejavnost, v svoje društvo, v svoj prav, v svoje sponzoriranje, v svoje objavljanje. In tako zgine sploh družbena informacija, družben konsens. Ko pa pridejo mediji, ko pride pa politika, je pa potem en glas po celi državi, takrat pa vsi prisluhnemo. Ja, pa že nekaj mora biti, če se to povsod govori. Ne? Ampak če pa naš sosed pove, ali pa eno drugo društvo, ali pa neka druga politična stranka, je pa to zelo vprašljivo. In kako se lahko še bolj izognemo tej pasti? Potrebujemo, glejte, spremembe na ravni algoritmov. Jaz menim, da smo tukaj dosti nemočni, zato ker megakorporacije, ki te algoritme naredijo, te programe, ki vse to vodijo, je to že narejeno in mi smo končni uporabniki. Ne? Ampak vseeno lahko na nek način kot družba, pa recimo, da sem jaz prvi, ki to rečem, vplivamo, zahtevamo, da se tak algoritem spremeni. Da se spremeni, da ne mehurčka, da je odprt in da je družbeno sprejemljiv. To lahko zahtevamo, zato ker drugače se pa izključimo, pa naj imajo svoj algoritem zase. Pač ne bomo uporabniki. Ne? Spremembe na ravni algoritmov, ki ne bodo le potrjevale naših prepričanj, tako se morajo spremeniti, temveč nas bodo izpostavljali raznolikim pogledom. Ne? Da bojo novice tekoče, tako kot prihajajo. Ne, da bodo izbrane samo zame. Pa s tistimi prijatelji, ki se jaz bolj komuniciram, samo njih vidim. Če hočem pa koga drugega videti, ki je tudi moj prijatelj, ne vidim teh novic, ker on drugače razmišlja in algoritem gre mimo mene. Če ravno bi mi ta informacija morda lahko rešila življenje ali pa mi dala obogatila, ampak to ni v interesu, seveda ne. In potrebujemo tudi spremembo, gledajte, predvsem to, kar počnemo zdaj, v našem lastnem osebnem razmišljanju. Biti kritičen do informacij, ki jih sprejmeš, je ključno. Vsakič, ko se nam zdi informacija sumljiva ali preveč udobna, čudovita, obljublja, ne vem, nebesa, je treba narediti korak nazaj in se vprašati, ali je ta informacija resnična. Poleg tega je pomembno, da se zavedamo, veste, to je odgovornost, da smo odgovorni do družbe. To je odgovornost do sebe, družine, otrok in do družbe. Da je informacija, ki jo sprejmemo, vzamemo zase, resnična. Ne smemo dopustiti, da nas vodijo algoritmi, to, kar se dogaja zdajle. To je vse šlo izpod nadzora. Našega nadzora, ljudskega, oni že dobro to vodijo. Temveč moramo prevzeti nadzor nad tem, kaj vidimo in kako vidimo, kar beremo in poslušamo in se pogovarjamo in kar razmišljamo. Vse to moramo odgovorno početi. Jaz sem na nek način zelo hvaležen za to COVID stanje, ker sem zgradil svoj odnos, zgradil sem osebnost, veliko stvari sem se naučil in se še vedno učim in še veliko tega ne vem. Tudi mi smo delno v mehurčku, ampak ob zavedanju iskanja resnice brskamo na različne konce. Jaz se nikoli nisem v društvu kot Mihael omejil na eno temo. Ljudje pišejo, ljudje spodbujajo, ljudje najdejo stvari in treba je seveda odgovorno iskati in preveriti stvari. Drugače je še več zmešnjave, ki nam je že tako pošiljajo, ne? Le tako lahko preprečimo, da bi se naša družba še bolj razklala in še bolj oslabila. In namen našega izobraževanja, podajanja informacij je, da to naredimo korektno, da naredimo pošteno in da naredimo z namenom, da bi se v družbi bolj povezovali, bolje razumeli in bolje furali skozi življenje. Poglej, filter mehurček ni nekaj, kar se dogaja drugim ljudem. Daleč od tega. Lahko bi se zgodilo tudi meni, tebi in vsem nam. Saj veš, ko si na Instagramu, za primer povem, samo vidiš fotke lepotic, lepih ritk, jahte, luksuzne počitnice, neverjetno lepe izlete in potem ti tako v glavi noter dela in pomisliš, zakaj moje življenje ni tako popolno, zakaj sem samo jaz tako mizeren? Vsi kažejo ne vem kaj vse. Evo, to je filter mehurček in so te ujeli v tvojo lastno zanko. To te spravlja, da verjameš, da je življenje drugih boljše od tvojega. V ozadju je pa kaj, veste kaj? Ljudje si kupijo green screen, si naredijo Havaje, Karibe, si naredijo otok Bali, dajo čudovito sliko v ozadju, od spredaj si da ležalnik, ki ga spod strešja potegne, si kupi eno flašo viskija, če ima toliko denarja, prosi prijatelja, da ga slika in reče, jaz sem pa na Baliju. Pa je spet laž. V moji glavi je pa sprožil favšijo, da je on tam. Razumete manipulacijo? In ne gre samo za to. Glejte, ko te stvari enkrat, to je iz človeka narejeno, ampak ko pride v politiki do take stvari, ko nam 4 leta stare vojne posnetke ali pa 20 let stare vojne posnetke pokažejo in jih prenarejajo za sodobno, kakor se je dogajalo v Ukrajini, ko smo gledali srbske hiše še iz onega časa, takrat so pa stvari malo drugačne. Glejte, v Ameriki so ljudje preko filtrov in mehurčkov dobili zato različne informacije pred volitvami, ko so se dogajale, in so si težko predstavljali, da gre za različne misli, za različne ljudi in samo za en dogodek. Težko so si to predstavljali. En bere ene novice, drugi na drugem koncu popolnoma drugačne in potem, ko se srečajo, se zdi, kot da dva živita v popolnoma različnih resničnostih, v drugem svetu, v drugem univerzumu. A ni zanimivo? Ampak poglej, to ni samo politika, to je način, kako gledamo na ta svet. To je naša perspektiva. Samo perspektiva. Čim senco obrneš, če greš okoli mize, vidiš kozarce in mizo in krožnike v povsem drugi perspektivi. In tako se moramo sprehajati ob informacijah. Ne? In ti mehurčki nas spravljajo v majhne, zaprte, miselne, digitalne mehurčke, kjer samo slišimo tisto, kar že dejansko verjamemo. In se naša verjetnost potrjuje, krepi in je nemogoče, da bi me kdorkoli o tem sploh potem lahko prepričal. In to me zapre v eno samo informacijo. V eno samo prepričanje brez empatije do drugačnega mnenja. Ne dovolim drugega mnenja, preglasim, ne pustim niti da reče, ne poslušam. Kaj ti, glejte, ko se laž ponovi 100-krat pred mojimi očmi, postane resnica. Poznamo ta pregovor, saj razumeš, kaj govorim. In ko slišim drugo mnenje, drugo idejo, drugega človeka, potem to že ne more biti res, ker jaz sem to 100-krat videl pred svojimi očmi na mobitelu, ne? Videl sem na Instagramu, videl sem na Facebooku, videl sem pri poročilih, tudi Pop TV, pa RTV Slovenija, pa radio. Ko kodakajo toliko časa, ne, eno in isto stvar, če glih ni nič res, zato potem ljudje pa kar verjamejo. Pridite se cepiti, je varno in učinkovito. 4 leta so nam trobili varno in učinkovito. Seveda, za uničevanje imunskega sistema in za hitrejši pokop. To je varno in učinkovito. Žal. Ne? In pol ti nekdo reče, verjetno sem oblede, je zaveden in ne razume resnice. Seveda, ne razumeš resnice. Ker če greš eden sam ali pa dva proti tistemu, kar na televiziji rečejo, ne, potem ti že nisi zdrav, potem si malo odpilen. To, da gledajte, resnica v takem primeru žal ni na tvoji strani, ni tvoja prijateljica, nasprotno, postane tvoja sovražnica, postane tvoj pokop. Saj si postal ujetnik mehurčkaste informacije. Pomembno je, dragi moji prijatelji, da se zavedamo te nevarnosti, da sprejmemo ukrepe, da se temu izognemo. Zdaj, ko to veste, bodite pozorni. Ne gre samo za to, da beremo različne vire informacij. Je tukaj še bolj pomembno, da gre tudi za to, da se pogovarjamo z ljudmi. Na prvem mestu smo ljudje in zato komuniciramo, da se pogovarjamo, ne da gremo kot s tistim mobitelom, ne, zdaj ko hipnotizirani hodijo ljudje po ulicah. Gre za to, da se pogovarjamo z ljudmi, ki imajo tudi drugo mnenje. Samo tako bomo lahko razumeli drugačne perspektive in preprečili, da bi naše mnenje ostalo tista drobna stezica, enosmerno, ozko, zaprto. Če tega ne naredimo, lahko filter, ta mehurček postane naš najboljši prijateljček. In tega si ne želimo. Zakaj? Zato, ker jaz nočem imeti sovražnika v sebi, niti biti sovražnik samemu sebi, niti škodljivec samemu sebi, niti svojega zdravja zapraviti zase. Ko mi bo nekdo rekel, da je Pfizer, ameriška firma, preko naše vlade, s priporočilom Evropske unije in NIJZ, več ve o mojem telesu, kot jaz o svojem počutju. Katastrofa. Tako se znajdemo, gledajte, v informacijski shizofreniji. Informacijska shizofrenija. Jaz vem nekaj, on ve nekaj, ne prideva skupaj. Ker je edina pot ta, na koncu, ko si neodločen, ne verjameš prijatelju, si mehu, in ko pa država razglasi, je pa nevarnost, da jo poslušaš. V takem trenutku, gledajte, zato nam lahko vladajo. Zaradi poplave informacij in potem seveda z vrha zabobni in ubogam država. Ja, saj država pa že ve. Oni pa že vejo, kaj počnejo tam gori, ne? Zagotovo vedo, kaj je prav in kaj je narobe. Bolj kot jaz zase. Temu se reče informacijska korupcija. Informacijsko zavajanje, informacijski napad na osebnost in na konec koncev je to čisto pranje možganov. Prav, to še ni vse, pa dajmo še malo poglobiti, gremo še malo globlje. V ta čudežni algoritem ponavljajočih se informacij pred našimi očmi, ki nam pokaže to, kar želimo, to, kar gledamo, kar se nam nenehno vrti in ponavlja. Predstavljaj si situacijo, ko je nekdo zasvojen s socialnimi omrežji. Ljudje so po cele dneve, ure, tedne skozi Vsak dan se prebija skozi neskončen tok različnih informacij, ki ga ponujajo družbena omrežja. Na začetku se zdi seveda vse zabavno, brez veze, zanimivo, se meni pa nihče nič ne more, ampak dobro, malo časa zapravim za to. Ampak vas opozarjam, kaj se začne počasi dogajati. Opazi se, recimo, da se vzemimo primer Facebooka, naenkrat začnejo pojavljati kar skozi neki isti oglasi. Isti profili. Neka zgodba, ki jo je že 100-krat videl, se mu 10-krat pojavi. Zakaj? Ker je algoritem pogruntal, da se to ujema s prepričanji osebe. In začne se človeku zdeti, da se njegov svet vrti samo okoli njega. Da, razumete, da je enakopravno razdeljeno, to pač njemu paše, na mi in oni tam. In še huje, začne čutiti sovraštvo do tistih, ki so oni, ki imajo drugačno mnenje. To se v podzavesti začne kopičiti in tako se to dogaja. To ni, glejte, zgolj neka izmišljena zgodba. To se dejansko dogaja v resničnem svetu in to je le ena izmed mnogih posledic, ki jih prinaša filter mehurček. Ljudje postajamo zaradi informacijske korupcije, ker se to dogaja, to je informacijska korupcija, zaradi vodene informacije, vse bolj razdeljeni tudi znotraj družinskega kroga. Poglabljamo stvar zdaj. Vse manj razumevajoči postajamo drug do drugega, do drugačnih mnenj in vse manj pripravljeni na konstruktiven dialog s partnerjem, z otrokom in tako naprej. Saj se ve, a ne, saj se doma več ne pogovarjamo, temveč, glejte, se prepričujemo. A ni žalostno? Kdo ima prav, kdo nima prav, kdo bo več dokazal? Kdo svoj prav uveljavlja in kdo je tisti, ki ničesar ne ve, foter, ti si star pa nič ne veš. Ampak glejte, če to ni v mojem mehurčku, pa v njegovem mehurčku, potem pride do tega in dejansko prihaja. Ne? Ampak tukaj, zdaj se moramo pa vprašati, ali je to tisto, kar si želimo? Ali si res želimo živeti v svetu, kjer smo zaprti v svoje majhne mehurčke in se bojimo vsega, kar je drugačno od nas? Ne, jaz zagotovo ne. Zato je pomembno, da se zavemo te nevarnosti. In če se zavemo te nevarnosti, smo dolžni sprejeti ukrepe. Da se izognemo, ne samo zato, da beremo različne vire informacij, gre tudi za to, da ohranjamo odprto in strpno držo do drugačnih mnenj. Gre za to, da se zavedamo, da smo vsi ljudje in da imamo vsi pravico do svojega mnenja. Do svojega mnenja, ne vsiljenega. In najpomembnejše od vsega, gre za to, da se zavedamo svoje odgovornosti do družbe. Mislim, da smo ljudje postali družbeno zelo neodgovorni in tukaj tiči največji zajec. Predvsem družbeno neodgovorni so v državni upravi, to gre za okrog 300 000 ljudi, ki so pripeti na korito, ki delajo od do, dobivajo redno plačo, imajo reden dopust, imajo vse urejeno, malo potrpijo v službi, v glavnem mora ubogati, ampak med prijatelji je pa najbolj pameten, pa najbolj svoboden, drugače pa copata. Vsak od nas ima vlogo pri oblikovanju sveta okoli nas in če želimo živeti v svetu, ki je bolj strpen, bolj razumevajoč in bolj odprt, potem moramo delovati v tej smeri. Lahko začnemo tako, da prisluhnemo drugačnim mnenjem, kar smo nocoj že povedali, se odprto pogovarjamo z ljudmi in se zavzamemo za dialog in razumevanje. Le tako bomo premagali filter mehurček in ustvarili svet, v katerem se lahko vsi počutimo dobrodošle. Zdaj pride pa šele zanimivo. Kriminalka z vsemi preobrati in nevarnimi igrami. Pripravi se, ker zdaj gremo pa še malo globlje. Torej, Začnimo z nedavno predvajano dokumentarno dramo na ITV, to ni slovenska televizija, ampak angleška, ki so jo predvajali 14 dni nazaj pod naslovom Gospod Bejc proti pošti. Zdaj poslušajte zadevo. Oddaja je bila prava bomba. Bomba skrivnosti, goljufij, srčnih bolečin in tako naprej, in vse to zaradi Fujitsovega škandala s pošto. Ampak veš, kaj je bilo najbolj noro? Vse to je bilo eno samo zavajanje. Kompletna oddaja je bila narejena samo zato, da zavaja. In je bila premišljena igra z namenom, da bi prikrila še večjo korupcijo. Kot tale naš 8. marec, če se spomnite, ki meša meglo sedaj v blagovnicah in hoče narediti referendum zato, da bi se na živila, ne vem, dajale deklaracije. Kot da tega zakona ni. Kot da takega pogoja še ni postavljenega in takšnega zahteva. Kot da je to nekaj novega. Ampak ne, ta inštitut nosi znanstvene glave z Golobovo donacijo v višini 500 000 evrov, ker se boji, kaj bo v restavracijah za velike denarce priletelo na mizo, in sedaj želi urejevati lastne deklaracije, da bo direktorica inštituta lahko naprej briljirala svojo zmagovito težo in z gostoto obiskovanega restavriranja v najboljši družbi nekdanjega direktorja firme, ki ga poznamo pod imenom Dober sosed, ali tudi kralj korupcije, ali še bolje mister 30%. Pustimo, vrnimo se k naši zgodbi gospoda Bejca proti pošti. Ko so ljudje začeli razkrivati resnico, so ljudje začeli dojemati, da so bili postavljeni v mehurček leži skozi to oddajo. V resnici so postali glavni junaki in rešitelji vseh nas v času covida, tisti, ki so bili zares na fronti. Samo oni so naši rešitelji. Torej kdo? Medicinsko osebje. Samo oni so reševali življenja in samo oni so tvegali svoje zdravje. In sedaj, ko je kriza mimo, se borijo, seveda, za pravične plače. Protestirajo. A glej ga zlomka, namesto aplavza in pohvale so jih ljudje in nekateri teoretiki zarot poskušali prikazati kot zločince. Kaj hujšega? Oni se borijo pa za življenja. NIJZ se bori za življenje. Ta ista poteza se zdaj le je kazala v Angliji. Zato, ker je tako adekvatno narejeno kot pri nas, sem rekel, moram to zgodbo podeliti z vami. In kdo je ta glavna akterka v tej oddaji? Rachel Clark iz te oddaje, to se pravi zdravnica, ki je hkrati tudi kot medijska osebnost. Tako kot pri nas, ne? So bile ženske zdravnice medijske osebnosti, ki so nam povedali masko gor, masko dol, masko gor, masko dol. Ne? In sredi vidnega vrtinca tudi so se največkrat pojavljale te osebe na TV. Vsi dvomi, seveda po tolikokratnem pojavljanju, 100-krat se je pojavila, nihče ni več dvomov, vsi so verjeli, vsi so ubogali, nihče ni dvomov več o njenih sposobnosti in vsi napadi na njeno integriteto, vse je bilo preoblečeno v orožje, ki je v rokah tistih, ki so hoteli prikriti svoje resnične namene. Kajti večina je tej osebi, če je tolikrat na TV-ju, pa tolikrat pove, že mora vedeti. Ona rešuje življenja. Ostanite z mano še minutko. In kaj je bil resnični namen te celotne zgodbe? Poslušajte, gre za informacijsko korupcijo, ki jo podtaknejo kot strupeno seme v našo misel. In to raste in se zaliva. S to oddajo so želeli ljudem dopovedati sledeče, da naj vendarle že verjamemo, da so zdravniki tisti, bogovi v belem in v turkiznem, in tudi morda na ministrstvu za zdravje in tudi še mogoče kakšni politiki, ki o tem odločajo, in vsi zdravniki, da so oni naši glavni heroji, naši glavni junaki. To, da sedaj nas drugi, beri teoretiki zarote, obveščajo, ne prenehajo in še vedno opozarjajo na nevarnosti skozi postranske medijske kanale, preko obrobnih medijev, češ, da so pa ti ljudje zlobni, da so grdi, da so nevarni in pravijo, češ, da so ti zdravniki, ki so med covidom reševali življenja, v resnici krivi za zločine, ki so se takrat zgodili, ki se dogajajo in se bodo še skozi dolgi covid dogajali. Zato, ker injekcije imajo dolgi covid, dolgoročne posledice in to je povedal ob sprejemu predsedniške službe v vladi tudi doktor Golob. Pa ne zato, ker je doktor zdravnik. Ja, on je zdaj medicinski frajer. Pa kako morajo zdaj takšni ljudje, ti teoretiki zarote, sploh obstajati med nami, da bi tako dobrim in srčnim ljudem, dobrim zdravnikom in zglednim zavezancem Hipokratove prisege, ki rešujejo življenja, to sploh lahko očitali. Kdo so ti ljudje, kakšen obraz nosijo, vendarle. Ampak to še ni vse. Ta zgodba je samo del večjega načrta. Zakaj? Zato, ker gre za načrtno družbeno manipulacijo, ki naj bi nas vse spravila v stanje strahu in obupa. In to je končni namen te oddaje. Zakaj? Ker ko smo v tem stanju, lahko vlada lažje nadzoruje ljudstvo. Spet je šlo za informacijsko shizofrenijo. Dobri, slabi, pošteni, nepošteni. Morilci, ki se prikazujejo kot angeli in angeli, ki so tako grdi, da morilce obsojajo. Te angele, pardon. In to ni samo informacijska korupcija, to je manipulacija na najvišji, oprostite, na najnižji možni ravni. Tako da pazite, komu verjamete in kaj verjamete. Za vsako resnico, ki jo vidite, je lahko skritih več plasti laži, več plasti in veliko nasprotujočih si misli, kot si sploh lahko to predstavljate. In to nas vse zelo bega. Tako smo prišli nocoj vsaj do resnice, ki je zakopana globoko pod plastmi laži in manipulacij. Vsaj do tega smo prišli. Razkrinkali smo zgodbo dokumentarne oddaje, ki je poleg pokazane na TV skrivala še večjo resničnost. Pokazala je resničnost informacijske korupcije z namenom škodovanja, ki podzavestno vdira vsak kotiček naše družbe. Torej, nauk te zgodbe je jasen. Ne smemo slepo verjeti vsemu, kar vidimo in slišimo. Informacijska korupcija je resnična nevarnost. Ne vem, ali ste o tej dvojini, o teh dveh kombiniranih izrazih že razmišljali. Gre samo za korupcijo z denarjem, pa se nikamor ne potegne. Nihče pa ne omenja informacijske korupcije. S tem, ko imajo sestanke, pa dajo, že tu je informacijska korupcija, ker se nič ne zgodi, najhujše vrste. In nas lahko potisne v temo nevednosti, zavaja in z nami manipulira, ko smo ujeti v ta mehurček laži, v to manipulacijo, izgubimo razsodnost razmišljanja, jasno svojo glavo. In pol, kaj so povedali na televiziji, kaj je rekel on, ali si slišal, ali si videl, skratka. Mi izgubimo sposobnost razmišljanja svojo glavo. Postanemo v tistem trenutku orodje v rokah tistih, ki si pa želijo neskončno oblasti in nadzora. In kadar smo v kaosu, kadar se ne znamo odločati, takrat nam pač oni napišejo odloke, zakone in vedno več je zakonov. Glejte, pri nas se ne rešuje na terenu stvari, politiki pri nas rešujejo z zakoni. Aha, zdaj pa spet nov zakon, pa nov zakon. Nič drugega ne delajo, ko sam bla, 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 bla. Ko pride pa na teren in ko hočeš nekomu pomagati, ti pa še kazen nabije. Danes smo vsi brez izjeme dragoceni potrošniki informacij. Toda obstaja rešitev. Da bi se ubranili informacijski korupciji, moramo biti kritični, osveščeni, potrošniki informacij. Slišite to besedo? O potrošništvu bo danes še veliko teklo, pa ne smemo se zadovoljiti s površinskimi naslovi. To, kar novice pišejo, to je poden od podna. Pa poglejte Reporterja, čim bombastičen naslov, sam da se proda revija, vse ostalo ga ne zanima, če je človek uničen, če je družina uničena, če je prihodnost teh družinskih otrokov, ni to ga ne zanima. Važno je, da on tisti teden zasluži z revijo, za svoj obstoj. Glejte, namesto tega, ponavljam, Poslušajte moj glas, sledite mojemu glasu. Namesto tega moramo raziskovati, preverjati vire in si prizadevati za raznolikost informacije. Ključno je, da se v resnici zavzamemo za transparentnost, kadar je ni, in odgovornost v medijih, da povemo medijem, da laže, če ne drugače tudi skozi družbena omrežja. Bodimo kritični. Konec koncev novinarji imajo najpomembnejšo vlogo pri razkrivanju resnice in razkrivanju korupcije. Podpora neodvisnim medijem, ki sledijo pa visokim standardom novinarske etike in integritete, je pa ključnega pomena v današnjem času. Zakaj? Zaradi ohranjanja svobode besede, svobode misli, svoboda vzdrževanja poštene družbe, kakor jo je še ostalo, ki je danes pošteno zahojena, čeprav se zdi, da sije sonce in je bil danes lep, prekrasen dan, čudovito, kaj ne? Vendar pa moramo tudi sami prevzeti odgovornost za svoje delovanje na družbenih omrežjih. Ne smemo dovoliti, da nas algoritmi vodijo in manipulirajo z nami. No, tega moramo biti aktivni udeleženci, ki zavestno zbiramo, kaj bomo brali, kaj bomo delili, kaj bomo verjeli, je odvisno od nas. Zato bodimo zelo pozorni na to. Ne pustimo se ujeti v mrežo, predlagam, v mrežo laži in v mrežo pasti. Samo skupaj lahko pošteno gradimo bolj odprto, pošteno informirano družbo, kjer bo resnica vrednota, ki jo bomo vsi spoštovali in ki jo bomo zasledovali vsak dan. A tu je ena drobna težava, ki jo povem za zaključek. Težavica, ki nas vse pesti. To so državni zakoni, ki naklepno in prikrito uzakonijo kršitev ustave. In tako, dragi moji, se znajdemo v svetu, kjer je informacijska korupcija postala del vsakdana. Vse nas pesti. Kot bi rekli, od zibke do groba. Kljub temu, da imamo v ustavi priznan zapisan 38. člen ustave, ki nas varuje pred prekupčevanjem osebnih podatkov, se zdi, da država raje zapre oči in si zatisne ušesa, kot pa da bi se s tem ukvarjala. Zakaj bi upoštevali ustavo, ko pa lahko pišemo zakone, ki jasno povejo, da se ustava lahko krši? Se sprašujejo nekateri vladni birokrati, medtem ko špekulirajo, trgujejo z našimi osebnimi podatki, globe pa cvetijo. Ravno prej sem prebral, kako naj se ena gospa obrani, ker je dobila, ne vem, 300 evrov globo, zaradi tega, ker ni imela varnostne razdalje. Lepo vas prosim. Vendar pa ne smemo dovoliti, da nas to potisne v obup, zato se pogovarjamo. Namesto tega se moramo zavedati, da smo mi tisti, ki imamo moč, da zahtevamo spoštovanje dosledno naše ustave, ki je krona zakona, da zahtevamo preglednost in odgovornost do naših vladnih institucij, moč, da zahtevamo pravico do zasebnosti in varnosti naših osebnih podatkov. Pa ne more ZZZS pošiljati v mojem imenu na upravno sodišče pritožbe, če je vzel podatke z namenom zavarovanja. Mene pa o tem ni obvestil, da bo moje podatke za tožbo uporabil. Svojo tožbo proti meni za mene. Ne? Temu se reče podatkovna korupcija. Informacijska korupcija. Torej ne dopustimo, da nas zavajajo s svojimi puhlicami in izgovori. Isto dela policija. Napišeš pritožbo, on napiše na sodišče, sodišče odločbo pošlje namesto tebi njemu, on ti pa z odločbo pošlje kazen. Cela vrsta stek kaznivih dejanj je v teh postopkih. Ne dovolimo dolgotrajnega zavajanja, dovolj je bilo, držimo se skupaj, izobražujmo se, vztrajajmo, zahtevajmo res svoje pravice, kajti le tako lahko ustvarimo svet, kjer se informacijska korupcija ne bo več širila kot plevel, temveč bo zatrta kot sočna, najbolj kisla limona, na katero bomo stisnili zadnjo kapljo resnice in pravičnosti, da bo postala užitna brez stranskih učinkov. Sedaj pa govorim tebi osebno, ki si nocoj tukaj z nami. Tebi. Upam, da si še z nami. Da, tebi. Resnično je čudovito, kako močno si zavezal ali pa zavezala svoje srce k dobremu, in varnemu svetu. Svojo vztrajnostjo, svojo prisotnostjo izkazuješ, da ta svet ni zaman. Skupaj lahko premagamo ovire in ohranimo našo družino, naše prijatelje, skupnost ter našo državo, da bo varna in trdna. Vsak prispevek k tej skupni zavezi, ne glede na to, ali smo znanstveniki ali ne, je neprecenljiv. Hvala, ker si del tega prizadevanja, tudi ti, za naš skupen boljši jutri. Rad te imam in vem, da imaš tudi ti mene, saj čutim tvojo podporo. Srčna hvala. Sedaj pa po stari navadi moji še skupna molitev. Pravijo, da molitev pomaga, škoditi pa ne more. Zdrava Marija, polna milosti, bodi z nami v dobi čipov in virtualnosti. Blagoslovljena si med ženami, kot tvoja nepopisna vera, podobna jasnemu nebu v poletni noči. Sveta Marija, svetovnega prebivalstva, prosi za nas, da ohranimo duha zdravega razuma, predvsem v svetu, kjer besede pleteničijo korupcijo in sedaj resnica izgubljena se zdi, da pajčevino išče v mraku. Sveta Marija, Mati Božja, prosimo te za našo trdnost, prosimo te za našo zbranost, kot ti, ki za trenutek nisi podvomila v brezmadežno spočetje, kajti za dvom o ljubezni prostora ni. Saj ta je tam, kjer iskrenost in svetloba je Boga. Zdrava Marija, milosti polna, prosi za nas, za dovolj moči proti zavajanju, da ostanemo zvesti resnici, ki nas osvobaja zdaj in v večnosti. Amen. Hvala lepa, kratek premor in potem sledi 30-minutni pregled filmčka Napredni vdori v naš telefon in cvetoča informacijska korupcija z našimi podatki. Kratka pauza.
It's just nice to see, you know, the Mr. Robot example and you actually doing it and showing, you know, is it real or is it just a movie scene? And it's nice to see you, you know, actually showing us how to do it.
And today is going to be among the most advanced, the most complex hacks that we saw in Mr. Robot, and maybe also the most valuable in that we're going to be looking at essentially creating a mobile spy machine.
Hey everyone, David Bombal back with Occupy the Web. If you haven't seen our previous videos, he's the author of this book, Linux Basics for Hackers. Fantastic book if you want to learn Linux, but also from a hacker's perspective. And he's also the author of this book, Getting Started Becoming a Master Hacker. Occupy the Web, welcome.
It's good to be back again, David. It's always great to be talking to you and talking about hacking. I love this effort of trying to explain, you know, the Mr. Robot hack. So let's do another one today. And today is going to be among the most advanced, the most complex hacks that we saw in Mr. Robot, and maybe also the most valuable in that we're going to be looking at essentially creating a mobile spy machine.
I love that. So I mean, you've kind of mentioned it offline, and I don't want to jump the gun. So which episode are we talking about?
This is season 2. I think it's episode 5. I'm pretty sure it's episode 5. They talk about it in episode 4. They do it in episode 5. And this is, well, you know, we know that Elliot has taken down Evil Corp. Right, him and F Society have taken down Evil Corp, and we have this kind of chaos in the global economy, right? And we've now have lots of things going on, including the Chinese are now involved, and we have the FBI's involved. FBI is actually in China. We have the female FBI agent, what's her name? DePiro, I think is her name. Dom DePiro is her name. Dom DePiro is in China. She's meeting with the Chinese. The FBI are on the trail of Elliot and his whole gang. I mean, you know, they're kind of freaking out. They're getting paranoid. They realize that, you know, their FBI are not very far behind. And so they've got to come up with a plan to be able to find out what the FBI know, because everybody is getting paranoid, thinking that they're going to be arrested soon for the 5/9 hack. And so they come up with this plan to be able to spy on the FBI. In the first part, we learned that the FBI has switched, okay, to Android phones. Okay, that's the first step. That comes up in episode 4, all right? And then in episode 5, we see Elliot begins to develop some exploits, but he has to have a way to be able to deliver the exploits. And so what he comes up with is to basically create a mini cell tower that he's going to place inside of Evil Corp. And Angela, who's now working for Evil Corp, she can walk in apparently and place it in, apparently, that's kind of a big if, right? But, and place it in the Evil Corp to be able to pick up the cell signals from the FBI. And of course, then also implant some malware. So what we're talking about here is what's called a femtocell. This is a femtocell. These are a couple of femtocells, and these are the ones that are actually used in the show. And I have this one right here. I bought this one a few years ago. This is the new, you can see this, of course, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what these are is that all of the cell companies, no matter where you're at around the world, they sell what are called network extenders. These are for people who live in areas where there is not good cell service. So you put one of these in your home, you put one of these in your office. If you don't have good cell service, maybe it's a dead zone. And essentially what it does is it works as a cell tower within your home or office. Now, we know, maybe not, but we do, that your cell phone will connect to the closest and strongest cell signal. And so essentially what these are, by putting one of these in somebody's home or office, they're gonna connect to this femtocell and kind of give you a diagram of what it looks like in somebody's home. It's like, so here's the femtocell in somebody's home. They got a cell phone. It's an old style flip phone there. It's kind of an old diagram. And then the femtocell connects to broadband access into the internet, okay, then connects to the cell network. right? So it is essentially intercepting the cell signal and putting it across the internet into the cellular network. All right, so it goes through the internet into the cellular network. So,
can I ask you, is this similar to the Stingray type thing because that's the one you always hear about, like the police or whatever, FBI, whatever, using these Stingray ISMI catcher type things, right?
Exactly. So essentially what this is that it's a mini Stingray. All right, it's a mini Stingray, whereas a Stingray can capture signals for a large distance. So you can put one in a neighborhood and it'll pick up all the cell signals in that neighborhood, and the FBI and others, law enforcement, use them. And it's only legal for law enforcement to actually have one. It's not legal for anybody else to have one. I will put out there that at Hackers Arise, we're working on building one with a software-defined radio. So that's part of our project here. So we'll see.
You better come on the show when you've got that ready. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, it's pretty much ready. Okay, it's not something, we're not inventing it. Okay, we're building it because it's already been invented, but you can go ahead and use a software-defined radio to make a Stingray. Now, it's illegal to actually own one, a Stingray. We'll put this up on your channel. We'll put it up on Hackers Arise in the future.
But a femtocell is legal, right?
A femtocell is legal, so that's a good thing. Femtocell is legal, right? So this is being sold from the largest carrier in the US, which is Verizon. They sell them on their website. This is coming right off their website, very similar to the one that I have. I bought mine off eBay for, I think, $120 a few years ago. And people sell them on eBay because they bring them home and they don't want them or don't need them, and they put them up on eBay. New, they cost between $250 to $300. And it's a legal device that the carriers, and all the carriers sell them, but they're all slightly different. So what I'm showing you here today is going to apply in general to all of them, but specifics are going to be very different. So every carrier has their own. Notice you can see here the Samsung logo right here. I don't know if you can see that in the screen. Yeah. So these are made by Samsung. Verizon makes the Samsung. Other carriers use other manufacturers, okay, to make these. And what these are is just a mini cell tower. The key on this mini cell tower is to be able to get inside of it. Because if we can get inside of it, then in essence, we can eavesdrop and do a man in the middle on all the traffic that goes through it. And that's essentially what Elliot's doing in the show. All right, so we see him, he's developing an exploit, but what he's doing is he's going to put that exploit into the femtocell. So the first step to getting inside the femtocell is that I have one here, and I've taken some pictures, okay, to show you. The first step is you look down at the bottom right here. Well, I'm going to back up a little bit. Okay, so there's both enterprise level femtocells and there's consumer level femtocells. Right, so we're looking at consumer level. It's actually a little bit easier to hack the enterprise level femtocells. On the consumer level, which are cheap ones, right? That's what we're talking about here. There's a connection down below in the bottom of these things, right here. And what's that look like? Can you see it? You see what kind of connection
I
that
can
is?
see it, yep.
What does it look like?
I can't see clearly. Is it like RJ45 or is it like a screen?
I mean, look at it. I'm going to bring it a little closer.
You're testing me. I'm not sure. I can see it.
Oh, you can't see it? Okay, it's an HDMI connection.
Oh, I thought it might be. Yeah. Well, let me pretend that I knew what it was.
Okay.
Is it HDMI?
Yes, it's an HDMI, exactly. But what can we do with an HDMI? I mean, this is what's really puzzling when you see this. You go, what can I do with this HDMI connection here, right? Yeah. It turns out that the Samsung and Verizon have a specially made cable that is essentially USB on one end and HDMI on the other end.
Oh, but wow. You can't, because I mean, HDMI, you think it's just a monitor. Why would you want a screen connected to such a device? Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. But they've developed their own unique and proprietary cables to be able to get inside of these things. Right? But it's not that hard to make your own. And so that's what we're going to do next. Right? So this is basically, I'm looking at the bottom side under here on that last picture. So what we need to do is that we can go out okay, and this is actually, I bought this one, I think off Amazon. And what we can do is by using an HDMI cable and this cable, it's called a FTDI TTL 232R, and then we can take this cable. So if you want to buy one, they're about anywhere from about $7 or $8 to $15 in that area. They're not that expensive. And so what we can do is we can splice these two cables together, the HDMI cable and this cable, and this is the wiring for it. You take the HDMI bare copper ground to the FTDI black. There's the FTDI black right there, and the HDMI white to the FTDI yellow, and the HDMI orange to the FTDI orange. Okay.
How did you work this out? Was this just like trial and error, or did you find the specification somewhere?
I found specifications for it.
Wow.
So
well done.
I'm not the first one to do this. And so this actually comes from a hack that was developed and was first presented at Black Hat in like 2011. I think it was 2011. And so, but the specifications, they didn't give these specifications for the cables at Black Hat. So I had to go digging around some of the manuals for these femtocells to find out what the cabling was like. So anyways, once you have this cable, then you can access the console inside the femtocell. So the first step is we got to build the cable. That's the first step, right? Got to build the cable that gives us a proprietary access to the femtocell through that HDMI port. That's step number one. And we're far from done, because when we get inside the femtocell, essentially we have a very small Linux kernel. Okay, it's called Montalinux. Some of you may have heard of it before. It's used in a lot of IoT devices. So it's a company out of California that makes these really small Linux kernels put in all kinds of devices. And so that's what's inside the femtocell. But you'll find, you'll find Montalinux in all kinds of IoT devices, no matter what whether it be a router or baby monitor, what have you. These all use very small Linux. And so this is, once again, I'm going to plug Learning Linux if you want to be a hacker, right? So
let's see which book should you read. But there's more.
But there's more, yes. So that book, we're really looking at Linux as how to use it as an attack tool. But the truth of the matter is that all these IoT devices also have Linux. So you get inside one of these devices, and if you don't know Linux, you can't find your way around, right? You don't know how to find anything, what to do with it. You need to know Linux to be able to do this. It ends up
Linux is like speaking English, let's say in the US or the UK. It's like a basic skill that you have to have these days in IT, I think.
I agree. It's a basic skill you have to have. So once you're inside, now you got this Montalinux, but it doesn't have a bash shell. So it's not like what we're accustomed to, right? And so it becomes pretty hard to work with. Once again, this is a pretty complex hack, but it can be done. So
it's just nice to see, because sorry to interrupt again. It's just nice to see, the Mr. Robot example and you actually doing it and showing, is it real or is it just a movie scene? And it's nice to see you, actually showing us how to do it.
It's real, but it's not easy, right? And that's, once again, we've always talked about Mr. Robot and the time frame that he works in. And this one, if they were already familiar, one of the team was already familiar with it, it might be able to get done in a few days that they had, but it's not easy. Right. So once we're inside, we've got the console, we've got to get root access. And so here's the two models that Verizon uses. And these are two methods to escalate privileges to get to root. So the one I have is this one right here, which is the easier one. And Verizon now says that this no longer works, but it doesn't matter because we can just go buy the old ones that have never been updated off eBay or any place and get root access. And so once we got root access on these things, right? So we now are in, we've got root access on the Linux inside this device. Unfortunately, even with root access, it's not really functional. We can't do a whole lot with it. And so if you watch closely on Mr. Robot, you'll see that this comes up. See the screen right here? This is OpenWRT. These are Linux images that can be used on IoT devices. So if you've got some hardware, you can go ahead and download the Linux to install and flash into the IoT device. Here's all the hardware that this has been going on for years, and very few people are familiar with it. Now you can just download the software. It's open source software for a particular device, for any device. And this is what they do, is that basically they take this femtocell and now they go ahead and flash it with a Linux operating system that they have developed themselves, or they've basically taken the image from here and made some alterations to it. In the show, what happens is that Elliot actually puts some malware. He puts malware, it's kind of a well-known browser RCE exploit into the femtocell that would then put the shell code onto the phones. What I'm most interested in from this perspective is being able to eavesdrop on the traffic. So we don't need to actually have an RCE. We don't need to have any exploit at all to be able to listen in and watch the traffic. So Elliot is trying to infect the phones, but to be able to listen in, there's still a few things that we need to do. You can see all of the data traffic, okay, it all goes unencrypted, but the SMS traffic and the phone traffic, you have to be able to decode that traffic because it's all encoded, but that's publicly available information that you can decode. It's really kind of beyond the scope of what we're doing here today. I'm just trying to give you the outlines of what can be done to be able to build essentially a small spy device, a mini stingray that gives you access to all of the mobile traffic in the area. Now, these stingrays are kind of low power, so the target has to be within 15 feet of the the femtocell to be able to connect to it, but they can then travel within 50 feet of the femtocell and they'll still be connected to that femtocell. So the initial connection has to be within about 15 feet. So what is that? About 5 meters, and then about 16 meters in that range. They travel throughout the room or the office. You can pick up all of their traffic. So it's kind of giving you the bare outlines of what we have to do, but there's a lot of work involved here. Probably, the first step, of course, is getting that cable made so you can get access to the device, and then you have to go ahead and flash it. You've got root access, and then you got to flash it with a new Linux kernel. Right? And then once you have new Linux kernel, then you have access to all of the traffic that's going over the device.
But I mean, if you put that in the ceiling, or like he did, like they hid it in a storeroom or something, didn't they? And then then the distance is fine. Yeah,
he put it in the floor. In the show, there's a scene where Angela puts it on the floor and connects it into the Ethernet cable there.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a large device. It's probably, it's not that large. It's the size of a small purse. Okay. But it's, if it's set on the floor next to other electronic devices, it may be, people may not notice it, but it's not, so small like a Raspberry Pi that is basically people are not going to see it. But, one of the things that I wanted to point out is this OpenWRT project, which, I don't think many people are familiar with it, in that you can go ahead and get open source firmware for just about any IoT device, right? And then if you have your own firmware, of course, then you can make your own edits to it and have it do just about anything that you want. And that's what Elliot does in the show, is that he goes and downloads firmware, and much of this is Monta Linux for various different devices. You can see it here. Here's some of the Cisco devices here, and some
like you said, it's quite a complex thing, because you'd have to connect to that cell and then flash it basically, and then somehow capture the traffic going through it.
Yeah, and so the hardest part, once you got the cable, then you got to go and flash it. Okay, you got to get root access, then flash it, and then you got to go ahead and figure out what the codecs are for the SMS and the voice traffic across it. I'll also point out that on the enterprise, on the enterprise level of these femtocells, they're actually a little bit easier because they have a standard connection. To connect to the enterprise level, it's simply a Ethernet connection, right?
That's much easier, yeah.
Yeah, much easier. And then the root password on it is femtocell and then XXX, 4 X's, 4.
So secure.
Femtocell, okay, a capital F, a capital C, and then the last 4 digits of the serial number on the device, right? So those are the keys, are being able to connect into the device, then get root access. Okay, on the enterprise level one, the default password is public, where the X's represent the last 4 digits of the serial number of the device. For these consumer level ones, it's a little more difficult. And as I said earlier, is that Verizon has said they've now closed this vulnerability. The vulnerability that they've closed is that the ease of getting the root password. But like I said, there's always a way to get to escalate privileges, right? So this is basically a privilege escalation issue, and it's going to differ from device to device. So, this applies to these Samsung devices that Verizon uses, that I have, and are used on the show. But if you're, if you're in UK, if you're in Germany, if you're in China, they're all going to be using, and different carriers are going to be using different femtocells. So, but the process is still going to be the same. One, get yourself into the console. In our case here, we had to build a special cable to get ourselves into the console. Then once you're inside the console, then get root privileges. And then 3, you have to go ahead and flash it with a more complete Linux operating system. And then once you have that inside the system, then you can go ahead and put in something like TCP dump or Wireshark and watch the traffic. You can watch the data traffic from there without having to do anything further. But as far as the SMS traffic and the voice traffic, it has to be, you have to find the proper codecs that particular company is using to be able to decode the SMS traffic and the voice traffic. It's a complex task. If you build one, you've got yourself a really cool spy tool, okay, that you can use. And like Elliot did, Elliot used it both. Remember, he listened into the FBI conversations, and he also hacked their phones with it, because he used, as their traffic is going through the femtocells, he's sending an exploit to their phones and taking control of their phones. But you don't have to take control over the phones. You can just simply listen in on all the traffic, both the data traffic, the SMS traffic, and the voice traffic. Essentially, you're taking control of the femtocell.
What they showed in Mr. Robot is once again realistic, but like you always say, it's the time frames, right, that are not realistic.
Yeah, it's very realistic. It's been done. There's a lot of research into these devices. Some of that research has been published. You can find the research and be able to do it yourself, but it's time consuming, but somebody's already done it. And so it can be done. The guys who originally did this at Black Hat were ISEC partners, did it, and they did it like 2011. So this would have been available to Elliot when the show was made in 2014, 2015. So he would have had this kind of research already available to him to be able to hack the femtocell. And it was also in the show, it shows that he is actually he's building a browser exploit that was well known at that time. It came out like in 2014, that he's building in the show in Ruby. If you watch closely, he's building an exploit in Ruby to be able to put into the femtocell to then be able to place the exploit onto everybody's phone who connects to it.
That's great. And I mean, the device that you're building, is that using like HackRF or some kind of software-defined radio like that? Well,
the device that we're working on is actually a Stingray, right? A Stingray-like device that actually is using Lime SDR, right? So the HackRF is a nice piece of hardware that can do a lot of things, but it can only it's only half duplex, okay? So it can't go in both directions. It also is relatively slow. It's half duplex. It only uses USB 2, not USB 3, and it's relatively slow. So we're building with a Lime SDR, which is a lot faster. It's full duplex. It can go USB 3, what have you. So it has a lot of the capabilities, basically enhanced capabilities of like the HackRF. The HackRF is a nice hobbyist and a learning tool, but when you start getting into like serious projects, you got to take a bump up to these little bit more powerful pieces of hardware and a little bit more expensive.
I like to ask the sort of the beginner questions or the dumb questions, for lack of a better word. The femtocell is connecting, it's using cell phone frequencies. So the phone connects via typical cell phone connections to the femtocell, and then it's connecting via IP. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Right, exactly. So here we have the cell phone. It's connecting to the femtocell. The femtocell then via Ethernet is connecting to the broadband gateway. The gateway then is going via IP, okay, out to the internet, to the radio network controller and the whole network of the mobile carrier. Now, the backhaul on these femtocells is varying. Some of them are private networks and some of them simply use the public internet. So it varies by carrier, but really it's not that important to us, because what we're doing is we're intercepting right here at this stage right here. We're inside this device, but there are some people who've worked on trying to intercept this traffic in here. And of course, when we start talking about building a Stingray, essentially what we're doing is building this whole tower right here with the BTS, they call the macro cell BTS. You're building a cell tower with an entire cell phone transmission unit.
My question was, couldn't you run a sniffer between the femtocell and the gateway, like in that diagram? So it's got broadband access. Could you like sniff the traffic, or is it all encrypted?
Well, it's all encrypted from here to here. So that's what,
okay.
Actually, that's part of the problem that you run into, is that one, this is all encrypted. And so you have to get it, you have to intercept the traffic before it gets encrypted. Yeah. And so, yeah, that's why you need to go ahead and change the Linux kernel inside that device, because as it's built, it's encrypting it as soon as it hits the kernel, and you can't get it before it gets encrypted. So that's why Elliot changes the kernel. Okay, that's why he uses OpenWRT to change the Linux kernel before it gets encrypted. And then once he has that, he can see all the traffic.
It's interesting in the UK, I don't know if it's the same in the US. In the UK, carriers allow you to make calls on your Wi-Fi. So if you've got no cell phone reception, but like your home broadband is there, it'll just jump onto the home broadband. So you just make calls and receive calls on your Wi-Fi. Is it similar in the US? Yeah,
in the US you can make calls on the Wi-Fi here as well.
So the same problem there. If the traffic's encrypted, that's why you can't sniff it, right?
Yeah, the traffic's encrypted there. So they're mostly in most of the carriers now, especially when you get to 4G. When you talk about 2G and 3G, the authentication and encryption is very weak. Right? When you get to 4G and 5G, it gets much stronger and it's harder to break. Actually, these femtocells are using 3G, so they're a little bit slower than regular traffic. But this is for people who don't have any traffic in their area. If you're no cell in their area, if you're making phone, wouldn't even notice the difference between 3G and 4G, but it's only when you're sending data traffic through that you'll notice the difference. But for regular cell calls, you won't notice the difference at all.
You know, I think I kind of missed it, so I think we should emphasize that with that femtocell, you can eavesdrop on SMSs. It's typical like cellular phone calls, but also the internet traffic that would typically go across like 4G or 3G. Is that right?
Yes. So you can get the internet traffic is unencrypted at the femtocell. The SMS is encrypted, but it can be decrypted, and the voice traffic can be decrypted as well.
And this was demonstrated, like you said, at Black Hat 2011, right?
I think it was first shown. There's been a number of researchers who have worked on it. The folks at ISEC Partners demonstrated it at Black Hat 2011, and then somebody else did it in 2010. And then there's been a number of researchers who have continued this research in recent years. There's a fellow in China who's been doing, he's been tearing apart all these femtocells around the world, and basically he says they're all vulnerable to being hacked, right? And so, but the hack is going to be different depending on what femtocell you're using. In this case, we're just talking about this one that's probably the most widely used in the United States. Verizon has about 1/3 of all the mobile customers in the US, and this is the product that they're still selling that they use for people who are in dead zones of the cellular network. And the new ones, they say that you can't get root access. So if you can't get root access, you can't obviously flash the Linux kernel. there's always a way, right? There's always a way. There's always a way. So they've made it harder, but there's still always a way. And then, how you're going to get root access on the others is going to vary by the company who manufactures it and the carrier who's carrying it.
So we weren't able to show everything here. Do you have, I always ask the question because you've always got these amazing courses. Have you got a course on this, or are you covering some of this in your courses?
I don't have a course on it, but I think I'm going to go ahead and put at least a tutorial up on Hackers Rise on all the steps. I have to
That'd be great.
I have to be a little bit careful on this one.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm still trying to decide the whole Stingray thing being illegal. It puts me in kind of legal jeopardy there.
Yeah.
This one is actually a legal device that is being hacked. It's something that I'm considering doing and putting it up on Hackers Rise on how to do it. But I've got one here that's very vulnerable. I bought it about 3 years ago off eBay, and it's relatively easy to hack. Relatively easy, meaning it takes 2 or 3 days of work.
For you, not for us, but for you.
Not for 30 seconds.
Occupy the Web, I really want to thank you for sharing your knowledge. And I have to say this, it would take you 2 days, but for the rest of us, it might take a lot longer than that. But thank you for, sharing your knowledge, but also talking about how realistic Mr. Robot is and, why you enjoy it. For everyone who's watching, put below what you'd like us to cover. We've been reading the comments, so we've been seeing the kind of things that you've been asking for, and hopefully we're kind of covering the most popular topics. But put your comments below, let us know what you want to cover. Occupy the Web, as always, thanks so much.
Okay, thanks, David.
Dober večer. Dragi člani Društva za srečno življenje Belis. Glede na to, da imamo že 152. Zoom danes, mi dovolite, da vam zaupam, kaj za mene pomeni Božje življenje. Beseda Božje si lahko vsak po svoje predstavlja. Marsikdo ima bolečino, ko sliši Božje, ker misli, da je Bog vse kriv za vse probleme tega sveta. Pa to ni res. Bog za vse zlo na zemlji absolutno nima nobene odgovornosti. Prav nobene. Kdo pa je odgovoren za vse to, kar se nam dogaja na tej zemlji? Kdo? Odgovorni smo mi sami. Odgovorni smo za vsako svojo misel, za vsako svoje dejanje in za vsako besedo, ki jo izgovorimo. Mi smo odgovorni. Zakaj imamo Sveto pismo? Zakaj imamo priroke? Zakaj je toliko apostolov že hodilo po tej zemlji in so oznanjali pot do Božjega kraljestva na zemlji? Kaj pa so delali farizeji, globalisti, lažni duhovniki s temi ljudmi? Kaj so delali z njimi? Vemo, kaj. Ženske so zažigali, moške so dali na križ, jih obešali, kamenjali. Zakaj? Zato, ker marsikdo na tej zemlji ne prenese resnice. Je noče, ker želijo nekateri ljudje vladati, manipulirati, delati tisto, ker je za njih v danem trenutku najboljše, najbolj enostavno. In vendar se moramo nekaj prav vsi zavedati. Božje kraljestvo prihaja na zemljo. Pa če se ljudje še tako upirajo, pa če ga še tako želijo zaustaviti, pa če še tako preganjajo verne in božje ljudi, Božje kraljestvo prihaja. Prihaja. Če verjamete ali ne, prihaja. Ker Bog ni Bog, ki laže. Bog je dal obljubo, da bo na zemlji tudi raj. Zdravje, veselje, radost. In da bojo pravični poselili to zemljo. To je Božja obljuba. Vendar je dal vsem nam čas. Čas, ko se lahko vsak osebno odloči, ali bo šel iz poti, ki vodi v smrt, na pot, ki vodi v radost, v zdravje, v življenje. To je naša svobodna izbira. Imamo svobodno voljo, zakaj se bomo odločili. Ali za smrt, za trenutne užitke, za trenutno bogastvo, ki je minljivo, ali za življenje, za brezpogojno ljubezen, ki je tudi prva alineja 9. člena našega statuta za srečno življenje Belis. Kdor si odločil za brezpogojno ljubezen, gre po pravi poti. Gre po poti, ki vodi v življenje, v radost, v zdravje, v mir, v lepe medsebojne odnose, v blagostanje, v obilje. Kdor pa to zanika, kdor dela proti življenju, kdor dela proti resnici, kdor ubija ljudi zavestno ali nezavestno, kdor podpira evtanazijo, kdor podpira splave, kdor podpira ta strupena cepljenja in piše recepte za strupi, dokler se ne bojo pokesali, bojo na poti v pekel. Tisti večni pekel, ki se mu reče smrt. Res je, ljudje verjamajo v smrt, saj bomo vsi umrli. Ni res. Ne bomo vsi umrli. Vsi pa bomo prišli v danem trenutku pred sodbo, kjer se bo odločala, ali bomo šli naprej v življenje, ali pa bomo končali v ognjenem breznu. Pač tako je. To ni moja volja. To ni moja prerokba. To je prerokba, ki piše resnico, ki je zapisana v Svetem pismu, ki jo poznajo sveti in ki jo poznajo vsi tisti, ki smo se že spreobrnili od poti, ki nas je vodila v smrt, na pot, ki nas vodi v lepše življenje. In kaj je Božje življenje? Kaj je to čudovito Božje življenje? Že samo ime pove, da je to življenje, ne trpljenje, in da je to Božje od našega stvarnika, ki nam je dal življenje, ki je ustvaril prečudovito nebo z soncem, z luno, zvezdami, prečudovito zemljo, z morji, otoki, vodami, jezeri, zemljo, na kateri raste toliko najrazličnejšega sadja, toliko najrazličnejše zelenjave, v kateri se sprehajajo čudovite živali, v morju so čudovite ribe, na nebu čudovite ptice, na poti, ker hodimo, pa cvetijo rože. To nismo mi naredili. To je ustvarjeno. Mi, kot otroci življenja, smo tudi ustvarjeni po Božji podobi in vdahnen nam je bil duh življenja, da lahko živimo. In če nas ta duh zapusti, pač umremo. In dokler bomo imeli ljubezen, dokler bomo imeli duha življenja v sebi, bomo živeli. Ne, kako je Gospod Jezus Kristus zdravljal? Zelo preprosto. Z ljubeznijo, v moči Svetega Duha. Ker kdor ima Svetega Duha, je živ, je zdrav, živi, se radosti. Kdor se jezi, kdor sodi, ta duh odide. In bolezni pridejo. Staranje pride, smrt pride, problemi pridejo, vojne. In vendar, ko se odločimo za življenje, za radost, za Božje življenje, nam ta ljubezen do življenja počasi vse vrne. Jaz osebno vem, da ko sem sodila zdravnike, sem izgubljala svojo radost in svoje zdravje. In hvala Bogu, da sem odpustila jim. Da sem se ponovno za ljubezen odločila. Da sem res vsem vse odpustila, ker čutim, da se mi vse, kar sem izgubljala v letih žalovanja, trpljenja, sodbe, vse sem izgubljala. Imela sem kar precej nesreč, poškodb, finančne izzive. Bilo je zelo težko obdobje. Ampak, če bi takoj odpustila, blagoslovila, bi mi bilo marsikaj prihranjenega. In hvala Bogu, da sem dojela, da moram jaz odpustiti. Ne bojo se ljudje okrog mene spremenili. Ne bojo zdravniki k meni prišli in rekli, gospa, ke samo se, ker smo vam naklepno umorili vašega otroka. Ne bodo prišli niti sodniki, ki so me lažno obsodili k meni in rekli, žal nam je, gospa, ker smo to storili. Predolgo bi čakala, mogoče 2000 let. In mogoče ne bi nikoli dočakala. Vendar, ker sem se sama odločila, da sem jim odpustila v imenu te brezpogojne ljubezni, o kateri vedno znova in znova govorim, kako pomembna je za vse nas, kako je zdravilna, sem se osvobodila in ponovno čutim radost in veselje do življenja. In to samo zato, ker sem jaz odpustila in se za Božje življenje ponovno odločila. Dragi moji člani Društva Belis, verjamem, da imate mogoče tudi vi še kakšno zamero v svojem srcu. Odpustite danes ta hip. Sprejmite ljubezen v svoje srce. Bodite kot otroci, radostni, veseli. In ne glejte na probleme tega sveta, glejte na to ljubezen, s katero nas vsemogočni Bog ljubi in nam želi, da živimo Božje življenje. Hvala lepa za vašo pozornost.
Draga Iviliana, srčna hvala. Hvala ti za tole. In medtem, ko je Iviliana to zadevo podajala, govorila, je meni prišlo nekaj na misel, kar bi želel z vsemi nami podeliti. In sicer bom kar prebral, kar sem si napisal. Ko je Bog ustvaril ribe, je govoril morju. Ko je ustvaril drevesa, je govoril zemlji. In ko je Bog ustvaril človeka, je govoril sebi. Kaj se zgodi, če vzamete ribe iz morja? Umrejo. Kaj se zgodi, če drevo izpulite iz zemlje? Umre. In kaj se zgodi, če se mi odklopimo od Boga? Umremo. Voda je naravno okolje ribam, zemlja je ekosistem za naravno okolje drevesom, človekovo naravno okolje je prisotnost Boga. Ustvarjeni smo bili v njegovi prisotnosti in v njegovem okolju, da v duhu živimo z njim. Samo z njim je možno eksistirati in živeti. Če nam vzamejo dušo, nam vzamejo Božje okolje. Takrat življenje izgubi duha. Je odklopljenost, izpuljenost iz božjega okolja in zato umremo. 5 minut pavze, potem pa film. Hvala lepa.
So much of our life is lived in a fog of automatic, habitual behavior. We spend so much time on the hunt. But nothing ever quite does it for us. And we get so wrapped up in the hunt that it kind of makes us miserable.
I had everything I ever wanted. I had everything I was supposed to have. Everyone around me said, "You're successful." But really, I was miserable. There was this gaping void in my life. So I tried to fill that void the same way many people do, with stuff. Lots of stuff. I was filling the void with consumer purchases. I was spending money faster than I was earning it, attempting to buy my way to happiness. I thought I'd get there one day. Eventually, I mean, happiness had to be somewhere just around the corner. I was living paycheck to paycheck, living for a paycheck, living for stuff. But I wasn't living at all.
At a time when people in the West are experiencing the best standard of living in history, why is it that at the same time there is such a longing for more? I think of that as a kind of biologically based delusional craving. That auto-craving is a good strategy to keep animals alive, including early human animals, in really harsh conditions. But these days, today, it creates a disconnect. You're like a puppet whose strings are being pulled by Mother Nature and evolution, reaching back tens of millions of years. We still feel restless. We still are always scratching and clawing for more.
It's why lottery winners are miserable. It's why homeowners have 3-car garages. The first car creates an exponential, awesome rush of happiness and joy and utility. The second car comes about because we tire of the first car, and as humans, we're wired to become dissatisfied. It's an addiction, really. And we are encouraged to maintain the addiction through technology and information.
American culture has, for the most part, these blinders on. There's definitely this illusion of what our lives should look like. Whether it's advertising or your Instagram or Facebook feed, it's this illusion that our lives should be perfect.
It's natural to use other people's lives and even imagined lives, you know, the confections we see in advertisements, as a yardstick. You open Vanity Fair or Esquire and you see very sexy and glamorous lives. And then the projects, for most people, seems to become, you know, how can I get that, or as close to that as I'm going to get? There can be an immense amount of dissatisfaction trying to live that way. And many of us see no alternative but to live that way.
Advertising has polluted and infiltrated culture. It's in our movies. It's in our television shows. It's in our books. It's in our doctor's offices. It's in the taxi cabs. It's in the bar sitting next to you. The person who you think you're just having an idle chat with could have been placed there by an alcohol company.
It's been a slow evolution. This is not something that just happened yesterday. This is something that has been sold to us over, say, the past 100 years, slowly but surely, by those that want to make a whole lot of money.
Now that's what I call a good-looking car.
They want us to believe that you really need these things.
Every year that passes, there's more stimuli, there's more pressure, there's more options, there's more media, there's more noise. And by streamlining and simplifying and just letting people know that they have the option, it's that wake-up call that is really valuable and in a very critical time right now.
It got to a point in my life where I didn't know what was important anymore. Then at some point when I was approaching 30 years old, I noticed something different about my best friend of 20-something years. Josh, he seemed happy for the first time in a really long time, like truly happy, ecstatic. But I didn't understand why, because we had both worked at the same corporation. We had both wasted our 20s climbing the corporate ladder together. And he had been just as miserable as me. So I did what any good best friend would do. I took him out to a really nice lunch. I think we went to Subway. And I sat him down and I asked him a question. Why the hell are you so happy? He spent the next 20 minutes telling me about this thing called minimalism.
Before I discovered minimalism, I think my life looked like pretty much anyone else's. I had a lot of stuff. Hundreds, thousands of books. DVDs and VHSs, closets full of expensive clothes. All of these things that I brought into my life without questioning. But when I started letting go, I started feeling freer and happier and lighter. And now as a minimalist, every possession serves a purpose or brings me joy. I have a bed and a chair and a radio, and I have some furniture in my dining room. In my kitchen, I have appliances. I don't have any excess stuff. Everything that I look around at, I have to be able to justify to myself, not to anyone else, but just justify to myself. Does this add value to my life? And if not, I have to be willing to let go. Ryan and I just finished writing a book about the last 5 years of our lives, from being these suit and tie corporate guys to minimalists. And so now we're going to get on the road for 10 months this year and promote that book, but really promote a message we really believe in, a simple living message of living more deliberately with less. Oh, and I'll need a jacket. We'll see where the journey takes us.
So you presented this as a 12-minute talk, 8-minute reading. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Because I just don't want to feel rushed to the talk, that's all. Right.
Ready?
I was born ready.
Nice.
Hello, thanks for coming out. My name is Ryan Nicodemus, and this is the Joshua Fields Milburn. And together we run a website called theminimalists.com. So today, Josh is going to read from our new book, but first I'm going to tell you a story about how we became the minimalists.
We've never been shut out, so as long as one person shows up,
that's all that matters.
I feel really good. We've had events where we've had 2 people show up, and that was amazing because we got to spend time with 2 people and add value to their lives in a different way.
I'm a hugger, man. Okay. Thanks for coming out, man.
John,
thanks for coming out and seeing the talk, man.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Our pleasure.
Thank you.
Did you forget your Kindle and badge in there?
Oh, yes, thank you.
From the day I was born until the 2nd grade when my parents got divorced, I had like the perfect quintessential mom and dad. When my mom left my dad, she just really went off the deep end. By junior high, we had a lot of people over at the house. And later I found out they were in there smoking crack. They would cook crack. By the 8th grade, the SWAT team was kicking in our door, busting my mother for selling drugs. It was a drug that overtook my mother. Josh had a very similar childhood to what I did.
My very first memories of my father extinguishing a cigarette on my mother's chest. Shortly after she left my father, she started drinking. It was my biggest fear that I was going to get taken away from her. When she was sober, she was a phenomenal mother. I think she kind of felt trapped. My mom always complained about money. She didn't have any money.
I remember being poor growing up. And I remember thinking, when I graduate high school, I want to start on a path that is going to take me somewhere other than a struggle.
Half a mile turn left on the San Pedro Drive.
We're currently on our way to NPR for a radio interview. Those are our peeps. That's our demographic.
Howdy.
You're looking for Rita Daniels.
I think so, yes.
The Minimalists.
We are indeed.
How are you?
I'm Scott.
I'm Ryan. I'm a hugger, man.
Oh,
Nice to meet you, buddy. Oh, thanks for
we're
having
filming
us.
too.
Joshua.
Nice to meet you. All right.
I think my light bulb moment is when I was showing my guys how to sell cell phones to a 5-year-old. I was like, what am I doing? This mentality of getting a better promotion, getting a better house, getting a better car, getting a bigger paycheck, being able to buy more expensive bar tabs. And to do that, I had to sell cell phones to 5-year-olds.
There's a template out there. You can call it the American dream or keeping up with the Joneses or whatever. That's just a template. It's not the template. And once we realize that, I think we can create our own template that works just for us.
The American dream has a long history. It started out as a concept that was really more about opportunity. The U.S. is a land of opportunity where somebody could start out at the bottom, work hard, and do well. There's no question that what it means to have made it or to have achieved the American dream in the United States has increased tremendously in material terms. $100,000 a year plus kind of income became more and more an aspirational norm across the society because that's what's portrayed as normal on TV. A 6-figure income. Beginning from about the mid-1990s, Americans went on a buying spree that was probably unprecedented in human history. And a lot of it had to do with the cheapness of products coming mostly from China. Whether we're talking about fashion, electronics, all types of household goods.
So stuff's cheaper, but it's also more available. You can order stuff 24 hours online, they're big box stores. We ended up accumulating a lot more stuff. So much so that even though we have about 3 times the space per person than we used to in the 50s, so a lot more space, we've got so much stuff, we need space on top of that, and so there's a 2.2 billion square foot personal storage industry, which is ludicrous.
So you have people living in these enormous homes. And if you really look at it, people don't use the space that they have. Someone did a study and they showed a heat map of where people traveled inside their homes over the course of a normal day. It was a family of 4 and they were in a very average home. And what they found is that people used about maybe 40% of their space. Nobody used the dining room. No one used the living room. There was a big, porch. No one used the porch. I'm not saying this is the way everyone lives. Some people use dining rooms, but it creates this big vacuum that you have to fill. So people are throwing all this crap into their homes that they don't need.
We're living our life depending on the space we've got rather than creating our space to fit our lives. It's so easy to go wrong, and you wind up with 3 dining tables in the same house. Well, you got to run pretty fast to eat at 3 tables at the same meal. Nothing is more responsible than living in the smallest space you possibly can.
We've probably sold or donated, I'd say at least 90% of our stuff. I mean, you can't bring all your stuff into a tiny house. I was commuting about 2 hours a day and then sitting in a cubicle for 10 to 12 hours a day. I had gained a lot of weight. I was unhappy. And I was kind of like, what's wrong with me? I should be happy. I've got all this stuff. Nice home, great husband. And Logan was like, well, you know, you could probably quit your job if we simplified and moved into a smaller apartment. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I don't want to get rid of my stuff. I found a YouTube video, saw the tiny houses, and I was hooked. Hi, Earl. What's up, dude? I think the biggest thing for me, at least in the beginning, was the financial side of things. When we looked at our budget and the numbers, I was like, well, let's just give it a go. If I hate a smaller apartment, we can always upsize.
I think there's this element of affordability, simplicity, and sustainability that just makes tiny houses seem like the perfect solution to a problem we haven't yet figured out, which is how do we go from working all throughout a lifetime to enjoying a lifetime with a bit of work here and there. For a long time, when people were looking to buy their first house, they looked at their budget and they said, how much money do I have to spend? Oh, I have $500,000. Let me buy whatever $500,000 can get me. And the big mistake there was that these individuals didn't have $500,000. They had a loan that would guarantee them that amount. And of course, after a few years of people buying houses that they weren't actually buying, they were just hoping to buy someday, the entire housing market collapsed.
We're down 1.7% here, a loss of 37 points or so. Apple shares are just getting hammered this morning.
We're down by between 3 and 4.5% generally across these markets. Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate.
It was the worst day on Wall Street since the crash of 1987.
This could be the most serious recession in decades. And that means life, as most Americans know it, is about to change, in some cases dramatically.
I think where that has left us in the wake of a recession is with a really, really strong appeal to buying a house outright.
The vision that really came out of Life Ed is just like, hey, I think we got to take a step back here.
We're very much a mission-based company. The mission being to do more with less.
So the Life Edited prototype apartment started with me buying a place, 420 square feet in New York, and coming up with a really aggressive program. What I was asking for was a lot. Live at home for a couple, be able to have a sit-down dinner for 10 or 12, be able to have guests over in a civil manner, and be able to work at home with some sort of standing desk. Very quickly, I realized that small space made so much sense environmentally, but it also made sense on many other levels.
One of the things that we really want to do is design homes around A, how people live, and B, what's truly important, creating more social homes, homes that actually bring people closer together.
It was kind of an incredible experience because going from the 1,200 square foot space, I had never felt more calm in my life. There was less stuff to think about, our overhead was lower. This is when I first started to say, this Life Edited thing, this philosophy, maybe there's something to it.
A beautiful future for us would be to do development that does really well financially, has a much lower footprint, and have lots of developers copy what we're doing. and so that it really spreads and we start to change how we live as Americans and just change this desire for the bigger is better philosophy.
I think we've only begun to re-examine what it means to be successful in life. It's no longer that white picket fence. It's no longer that McMansion. I think that people are beginning to recognize that they've maybe been tricked and that they maybe have more agency over their options than they once thought they did.
We're out sharing a recipe. You know, we're not out here trying to proselytize. I'm not trying to convert anyone to minimalism, but I do want to share a recipe and see if there are ingredients that other people can get value from and apply those ingredients to their own life. There's this underlying discontent, and I think that it starts to manifest in our stuff. And what I'm finding as we go out on the road and we talk to so many people, everyone is looking for more meaning in their lives.
We're at the Tucson Book Festival. We're getting ready to go sign some books. And then a little bit later, we'll do our speech. Man, look at all these people waiting to get their books signed by us.
Let's sit on the outside. This just doesn't feel like us.
If one person comes, then we will go out to the front and stand there.
Okay.
What's up, man?
Love your stuff.
Oh, thanks. I'm a hugger, brother. I'm gonna give you a hug.
Yeah. I follow you guys on Facebook, and you got your talk this afternoon. What time is it at?
We are at 7 o'clock. Imagine a life with less stuff, less clutter, less stress and debt and discontent. A life with fewer distractions. Now imagine a life with more time, more meaningful relationships, more growth and contribution and contentment. So it's funny because people will inevitably come up to us and they'll be like, "Now I'm not a minimalist like you. I've got this book collection. I love books and I've got a nice big library and I love the way the books smell. I love turning the pages. I love how they feel. I love lending them out to my friends and then we talk about the books later." And I'm like, hey, keep your books. It sounds like you get a lot of value out of your books. And that's what I would say with any type of collection.
If you get a book or whatever, that's great. Make sure you minimize it afterwards. But I'd love to get a hug from you as well. You know, we're big time huggers, so they're free and transferable. Make sure you grab one from us afterward. I was 27 years old. I was the director of operations for 150 retail stores. It was December 23rd, 2008. I got a phone call from my mom. I sent it to voicemail because I was in a meeting at 7 p.m., going through this barrage of emails. And I realized I had several voicemails. One was from my mom, and she had been sober for a while, but I could tell in the message she had been drinking. On her voicemail, she had said, "Honey, it's me. Can you call me back?" She told me the doctors have found something. She found out she had stage 4 lung cancer. She went through chemo and radiation, but stage 4, you usually don't get out of that. I got to hospice, my mom was still in the bed. It was the first time I cried in my adult life. Sobbed uncontrollably. I kept saying, "I'm sorry." I didn't even know why at the time I was saying it. It just was the only thing that I could say. I really wish that I would have spent more time with her.
My mother's death still hangs in the air around me. And now, during the same month, my 6-year marriage is ending. But even while Rome is burning, there's somehow time for shopping at IKEA. See, when I moved out of the house earlier this week, toting my many personal belongings in large bins and boxes and 50-gallon garbage bags, my first inclination was, of course, to purchase the things I still needed for my new place. You know, just the basics. A shower curtain, towels, a bed, and oh, I need a couch and a matching leather chair, and a love seat, and a lamp, and a desk chair, and another lamp for over there. And oh yeah, don't forget about the sideboard that matches the desk, and a dresser for the bedroom. And oh, I need a coffee table and a couple end tables, and a TV stand for the TV I still need to buy. And now that I think about it, I'm gonna want my apartment to be my style. You know, my own motif. So I need certain decoratives to spruce up the decor. But wait, what exactly is my style? And do these stainless steel picture frames embody that particular style? Does this replica Matisse sketch accurately capture my edgy but professional vibe? Exactly how edgy am I? What espresso maker defines me as a man? Does the fact that I'm asking these questions preclude me from being a, quote, man's man? How many plates and cups and bowls should a man own? I guess I need a dining room table too, right? And a rug for the entryway and bath mats, and what about that one thing? That thing that's sort of like a rug, but longer? Yeah, a runner. I'm gonna need one of those. And I'm also gonna need, well, hell, what else do I need?
My name is Sam Harris. I'm an author and neuroscientist, and I'm interested in how our growing understanding of ourselves scientifically can and must and really should change our conception of what it means to live a good life. Gratifying desires in a starkly materialistic way is really an interesting phenomenon. You have this thing that you were obsessed about, but then the new version comes out, which is new and improved in a dozen ways.
When it comes to the newest, hottest, most crave-worthy status symbols, you can bet customers will wait long hours to snag one.
And now you no longer care about the one you have. In fact, the one you have is a source of dissatisfaction. I think we're confused about what's going to make us happy. Many people think that material possessions are really at the center of the bullseye, and they expect that gratifying each desire as it arises will somehow summate into a satisfying life.
It is clear that as human beings, we have strong attachment, initially in our lives to people who are caring for us. And sometimes it feels like those attachments spill over to objects, as if they were as important as people. I'm not so sure that we have such a great relationship with things.
I was talking to the author and sociologist Julie Shore, and I said, the problem with our society is that we're too materialist. And she said, actually, if you think about it, in some ways, we're not material enough.
We are too materialistic in the everyday sense of the word, and we are not at all materialistic enough in the true sense of the word. We need to be true materialists, like really care about the materiality of goods. Instead, we're in a world in which Material goods are so important for their symbolic meaning, what they do to position us in a status system based on what advertising or marketing says they're about.
The status quo in the fashion industry right now is driven by fast fashion. Maybe when our moms were shopping for clothes or our grandmothers, there were 4 seasons a year, or maybe even 2 seasons. You dressed for the cold, you dressed for the warm. Now we work in a cycle of 52 seasons per year. They want you to feel like you're out of trend after 1 week so that you will buy something new the following week. There have actually been accounts of big fashion retailers bailing all of the clothes from 1 week together, slashing through them with scissors, destroying them and leaving them on the side of the road so that nobody can resell them or even wear them. They want consumers to buy as much clothing as quickly as possible.
The era of fast fashion in which we're making clothes in sweatshops, so we're not paying the true labor costs and we're not paying the ecological costs of these things, drove the price of apparel down so far that used apparel became worthless. I like to think rice and beans cost more than used apparel. In historical terms, that's the world upside down. And that represents the economics of such an extreme and profound unsustainability. For a scholar of these things, it's kind of breathtaking and horrifying. Fast fashion is what's happened to apparel and then increasingly to the whole consumer goods sector. Almost anything in the home now, it becomes an object of fashionability. And that's been a just dramatic transformation. If you think about the concept of fashion, it embodies in it the idea that you can throw things away, not when they're no longer usable, but when they no longer have that social value or they're no longer fashionable.
I think people buy because they're trying to fulfill this void inside of them. And I know that because that was me. But no matter how much stuff we buy and how many different fads that we try, we don't become a more whole person. We keep looking. This hunger never gets fulfilled.
I think it goes to the bottom line fact that you can never get enough of what you don't really want. In other words, deep down, we don't really want more goodies, more toys, more cars. We want what they will bring us. We want to feel whole. We want to feel content.
This mindless consumption, this same thing that's not making us happy is also causing the degradation of our habitat. We can afford to have 350 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We're closing in on 400 parts per million. It's caused by the burning of oil, of natural gas, of coal, of all the fuels that we use to power our consumer economy, to power the making of crap that we don't need.
This is real, and we really have to do something about it.
We're not going to ever be able to achieve the environmental gains that we're seeking while still expecting our lives to be the same. We're going to have to give up a lot. The secret is that a lot of that we're not actually going to miss.
It has been like 4+ years that I've technically been homeless, though I go to new countries and rent flats, so it's maybe in between homes, or maybe home full. I just have a lot of homes, just not in one place, not for very long. It's always interesting, you go on a date or something and have to explain, well, yes, I'm homeless. Maybe I shouldn't lead with that. When I first started reducing the number of things in my life and started getting rid of essentially everything that didn't fit into these bags, so I went through and took photos of everything that I owned in the world and counted. And as a result, I found out that I had 51 things in the entire world.
I started living this way about 4 years ago. I was running a branding studio. I'd always wanted to travel the world, and I had never left the country. And that was kind of a sign of my failure in a lot of ways. So I started up a blog, left my career behind in Los Angeles, and started looking for something new, something a little bit different, and something a little bit more in line with what I wanted out of life. And now I carry everything that I own on my back, much like a hermit crab or turtle. I was able to get rid of everything that I owned that didn't fit into carry-on luggage, which was an immense decision and not something that I expected from the get-go. I realized very quickly I wouldn't need as much, and came to the conclusion that anything I left behind would probably be left behind forever. What did it at the end of the day? Knowing this path had been well tread, the direction I was going, and these very, very successful men and women with all of this money and all this prestige and all this professional background behind them, they weren't happy. They're very successful, but not in an absolute sense. They're dollars and cents successful. It seemed far more likely that I could find a definition of success that would actually get me to a place where I was both successful and just incredibly happy.
It does look like money can buy happiness in some sense. In global research, below $70,000 US a year, adding greater material well-being is linked to greater psychological well-being. But when you start pushing past that rough threshold, money doesn't buy happiness. You can have more money, but you're not happier.
Jim Carrey has a quote where he says, "I wish everyone could become rich and famous so they could realize it's not the answer." The first response is always this: well, it's easy for Jim Carrey to say. He's rich and famous, right? And I'm like, wait a minute, who else could say that? It would take someone rich and famous to be able to say it's not worth it.
We all need to have our basic needs met. Having a house, food on the table, being safe. That's really important to recognize because not everyone has those things.
You think that more money is going to, say, give you security. The problem is that you don't necessarily have control over making more. One thing you do have control over is spending less. What you do have control over is having less, and that by having less, you automatically stretch what you do have.
It's not so much about financial gain for me as it is about financial freedom, which is the ability to wake up in the morning and spend one's day as they see fit. And part of why we consume a thing is that we work for so long, and a lot of people aren't finding fulfillment in their jobs, and they need some way to tell themselves that it is worth it, that it is amounting to something more than a few numbers in a bank account. There's more to life than bills and money and work.
How do you win? You win by the traditional monikers of success. You win by how many zeros are at the end of your paycheck. I remember I was sitting, in a Barnes & Nobles, and I was deciding what major I would study, and all I was doing was leafing through this book. It was a book that showed degree versus earning potential over time. And that's when I zeroed in on finance and accounting. My entire life became about winning with a capital W. My entire life became about being the guy that would be respected. Had a series of vertical leaps through my 20s, which landed me to this place in 2008. I'm making a ridiculous six-figure salary. I've got a corner office. And on December 31st, 2007, my boss calls me into his office, and he tells me that I'm getting a promotion. And this was it. This was the game changer. This is me being a junior partner in this firm, and everything that I'd ever worked for was gonna be handed to me right then and there. In banking terms, I was minted. And I remember just hearing this man say that, and it was just a really bizarre kind of ethereal moment where I was like watching this happen, it was almost, and I walked out of his office and I walked back into my own, and I just closed the door behind me and I just started weeping. because I realized that I was completely and utterly trapped and that I would never be able to walk away from that amount of money ever in my life. And any dream that I had of living a life of purpose and meaning and being an adventurer and somebody that would actually take risks and live a life that's deliberate and intentional, those were gone. When you see your life scripted out and you recognize that this is not anything I want, why am I doing this? This guy that's handing me this, I don't want to be him. I don't envy his life. You know, maybe this was never for me to begin with, and maybe if I don't leave right now, I'm gonna be that dude for the rest of my life. And I just took the elevator down 28 stories and that was it. And ever since then, I decided that this life was gonna be mine and it was gonna be wildly, flamboyantly my life, you know?
Ready? Here it is. Nevada, 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 yeah! We're back in Nevada! Woo! Yeah, that was good.
All those people are waiting.
That's what we're.
And I'm not sure where they're supposed to be.
I'm thinking. Do you want to go take a look over here?
Sure, we can do that. We're scrambling to find seats for roughly 30 people.
This is the most disorganized night of the tour so far. We're in Las Vegas, go figure, and the space that we rented here, for whatever reason, aren't ready for us, even though that we paid to rent the space. Thankfully, there are some awesome people here who are really helping us. Somehow we're gonna make this work.
Yes. Wow. Thank you very much. You know, it's funny. I used to think rich was earning $50,000 a year. Then when I started climbing the corporate ladder in my early 20s, I quickly began earning 50 grand. But I didn't feel rich. Something went wrong. I had to go back to the drawing board. And I found out that I hadn't adjusted for inflation.
Okay, so we can pontificate for only so long. We're really here for you, as Ryan mentioned, and so we like to do what we call questions and attempted answers.
You're dedicated, you're creative, you're innovative, you have a sincere desire for mankind. The very people who the wolves of Wall Street fear, and to me, you're moving yourself from the war. If you're really talking about minimalism, the ultimate minimalist is a hermit, a recluse, or a monk. And to me, that's not going to change the world. You know what I'm saying? You're the only threat to that system.
You're right. There are two sides of the spectrum. I think, you know, we're ideally somewhere in the middle of that, right? Because I don't think there's anything wrong with consumption. The problem was compulsory consumption, buying stuff because that's what you're supposed to do. That's what advertising tells you to do, or that's what the magic template is for happiness, and then when you get it, you realize that it doesn't make you as happy as you thought it would. Yeah, it was a great comment. Thank you so much.
But try to destroy those walls. I'm serious.
Amen. Let me grab a hug.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I tell you, their personality and their straightforwardness and answering all the questions, that charisma about it was what's connecting with the people, as you can see yourself.
It's like 4:30 in the morning. Yes. And we are gonna go be on TV.
Good morning, 5:23. A lot of us look forward to buying the latest gadget or smartphone. But this morning, I'm joined by two men who've taken what they say is a simpler route and are living a life of minimalism.
Hi, we're here for 5 o'clock hour and 6 o'clock hour. Josh and Ryan with the Minimalists.
I was living the American dream, and I realized it wasn't my dream. I looked around all the stuff in my life when my mother died and my marriage ended, both in the same month, and started questioning what was actually important, what things were actually adding value to my life. And I realized that many of the things that I bought to make me happy, they weren't actually doing their job.
Okay, well, good luck to you. Take it easy. Don't do too much. Don't buy anything today, all right?
Amen.
Good luck with that. We'll be back in just a bit.
Well, next at 5:30, the latest on the search for a missing Malaysian flight that disappeared 5 days ago. Plus, how you
Minimalism is not a radical lifestyle. Yeah, I absolutely believe in quality over quantity, right? So I'd much rather have one nice sweatshirt than a closet full of ugly sweatshirts that I don't enjoy wearing. I don't own a lot of clothes now, but all the clothes I do own are my favorite clothes. So let's take a look at what I have packed for 10 months of traveling. I'm wearing my one pair of jeans. Got a couple denim shirts. I have a short sleeve button-up Oxford, a few t-shirts, a blow dryer. Every good minimalist has a blow dryer. And plenty of underwear. Now here's the secret with underwear. You have to have one color that's in the middle. This is how you separate your dirty underwear from your clean underwear, with the red pair of underwear. Toiletry bag. Everyone needs a toiletry bag, obviously. And I also have a laptop with me, but that's it for 10 months.
We didn't really have a plan, which is pretty much our story. In 2010, when I was really digging into this decluttering and simplifying, I thought about the one place in my house that was the most cluttered, and that was my closet. And so I decided to create a minimalist fashion challenge to use less than what I had. So Project 333, the challenge for me was to wear 33 items for 3 months. And the 33 items included clothing, jewelry, accessories, and shoes. And that's where I usually lose people. It was a great way for me to really see what I needed, what I was using, and just if it would make a difference. And so I was working in advertising. I had a lot of clients I had to see every day. I'd go to sales meetings, and for that first 3 months, nobody noticed. The story got picked up by the Associated Press because so many people were writing about it and practicing it and trying it.
In this video, I'm going to talk more about how I plan my Project 333.
Project 333.
Project 333.
And I thought, oh boy, this is it. And they didn't notice. So I probably went that full year until I left my job with no one really knowing that I was dressing with only 33 items.
I do this thing called Project 333, and it just kind of helps me keep my wardrobe really simple. I went from this giant closet where I had, I don't know, 100 sweaters to now having this super tiny wardrobe and being able to share a closet with Logan. And that's made a big difference. Just, I don't fret about what I'm going to put on in the morning because all the stuff in my closet is awesome. At least I think so.
There's something about not being prepared for every moment that actually helps you engage with your community. Being pregnant, for instance, it's such a limited time. I had a dress-up event to go to, and I said to David, let me go see if I can find a dress. And I was thinking, gosh, this is really outdated. I have 2 months left. The event is next week. What am I going to do? So I called a couple of my girlfriends. Hey, do you have any dresses I can, go through? But in the past, I definitely would have bought what I needed when I needed it, because that's what you do. You prepare yourself, for your situation. The beauty of it is it's become very communal. Our friends ask us for stuff. We've become closer to people because of it.
Mark and I got married in 2005, and a year later, I started feeling really bad. Had a lot of vertigo and tingling and fatigue. That following year got really bad, and in July I was diagnosed with MS. And at first we were both terrified.
It was hard. That was a tough time.
I mean, immediately my response wasn't, I gotta simplify things. I'm a slow learner. So I decided I had to really push hard to prove that I was okay. And so I worked more. I worked out more. I really pushed myself for probably that first month, and I felt terrible.
In any disease or sickness, one of the biggest factors, one of the things that contributes to these things in a negative way is the stress in your life. By getting rid of these things in our lives, these material items and all this excess that we used to live in, good things happen.
Since then, I have not had what I would consider a relapse. I'm in better health than I was before I was diagnosed. People always tell you, or at least they did for me in the early stages of MS, you have to listen to your body. Like, listen to my body? I can't even listen to my family. I don't know how I'm gonna hear my body. And so as I started to move that stuff out, I was able to finally realize what I had sacrificed by being busy, by engaging in constant work.
We have this capacity for focus, but we're living in a context where we are continually moving from one stimulus to the next in search of the dopamine experience, where we're rewarded by the next email or the next retweet or the next thing that comes into our phone rather often. I think there's a price we pay for that.
It's really become an issue. There was a Nokia study that says the average person checks his or her phone like 150 times a day.
You walk down the street in any major city, locked into their devices. We are totally in the matrix. And it's easier to be mindless and just read the paper, update your social media feed, and consume.
Because you can do anything you want, you can potentially do everything you want. But to do everything you want, you have to sacrifice the things that really are important. When it comes to the overwhelm, the easiest way to solve that is to turn it off. Really, just turn it off.
It was really powerful to realize that most of my life was in a daydream.
In an apparent attempt to garner sympathy.
I got here to ABC News when I was 28 years old. I was a really ambitious young guy. And my way of compensating for my insecurity about being such a newbie was to throw myself into the job and really become a workaholic. And after 9/11, I raised my hand to go overseas and cover the ensuing conflicts.
We were fortunate this week to have our reporter Dan Harris on a trip organized by the Taliban.
We arrived at night, a spine-rattling ride down a single, mangled road into a city under siege.
Spent a lot of time in Iraq and Afghanistan without really thinking much about the psychological consequences. And when I came home from a particularly long trip in Iraq, I got depressed. And then I did something really, really dumb, which was I started to self-medicate with recreational drugs. It was enough, according to my doctor, to provoke a panic attack on live television.
We're going to go now to Dan Harris, who's at the news desk. Dan.
Health news now. One of the world's most commonly prescribed medications may be providing a big bonus. Researchers report people who take cholesterol-lowering drugs called statins for at least 5 years may also lower their risk for cancer. But it's too early to prescribe statins slowly for cancer production. That does it for news. We're going to go back now to Robin and Charlie.
It raised the level of adrenaline in my brain, which, according to my doctor, primed me to lose it on Good Morning America in front of 5 million people. 5.019 million people, according to the Nielsen ratings. That moment set me off on a weird and windy road that ultimately led me to the last thing that I ever thought would be useful for anybody, which was meditation.
We're ruminating about past and future in a way that keeps us from really connecting with the present moment in a way that values it as good enough. Meditation is a technique of finding well-being in the present moment before anything happens. You can be happy and satisfied simply being aware of the sensation of breathing. Very rarely are we fully dedicated to one thing. We're interrupting ourselves or allowing ourselves to be interrupted by these streams of data and what would in any other context be thought of as distractions, but now we think of them as just sort of all necessary parts of our bandwidth.
If I leave my phone in my pocket and it's on vibrate mode, unconsciously I'll flinch when it vibrates. I even flinch when it doesn't vibrate, thinking it vibrates. And that kills that little discussion, like those nanoseconds of distraction, I think has a hugely detrimental effect. Everywhere I look, it's like constant high-frequency flinches.
This anticipation of novelty has the character of making us the lab rat that's just pressing the bar. Meditation is a great antidote to that.
People around here at ABC News would ask me, why are you meditating? Parenthetically, what's the matter with you? What happened to you? Eventually, I started to answer, oh, because it makes me about 10% happier. And I could see the looks transform from scorn/skepticism into interest. Like, oh, that sounds reasonable. I'd like that. One of the best pieces of advice I've ever received in my entire life was from a meditation teacher named Joseph Goldstein. I was asking him about the utility of worry. In the specific context, I was talking about whether it makes sense to worry about missing a flight. And I was arguing to him that, look, you Buddhists are always talking about how thoughts are just thoughts. They don't necessarily have any connection to reality. But the fact is, if I miss my flight, I'm screwed. And he said, you're unquestionably correct. But there's a certain amount of worry that makes sense and a certain amount of worry that doesn't. So on the 17th time that you're worrying about missing your flight and all of the horrible ramifications, maybe ask yourself a simple question. Is this useful? Boom. For a guy who'd spent his whole life worrying and thinking that my worrying was the edge I had over everybody else, because I knew I was going to be more anxious and more compulsive than any of my competitors, I realized there was a certain amount of worrying that is what I call constructive anguish, and then there's useless rumination. That's just making you miserable. It's not like I'm 100% mindful all the time. I still do an enormous amount of stupid shit. And if my wife was here, she would give you the 90% still a moron spiel. There's just no question that I'm still an idiot in lots of ways. But I'm less of an idiot and less of a jerk and more thoughtful and more focused and calmer.
We've been on tour all year, and just when I start to think if we're getting through, if we're making a difference, the Today Show gives us a call and asks us to be on. Now we have an opportunity to share this with millions of people, which is huge.
Dude, we're actually late now, so we gotta go.
The entrance is...
Where's the address? It's 35?
Yeah, but you'll see like the Today Show stuff set up. Oh, right there, right there, right there.
You sure this is it?
Yep. Go down the stairs. Ooh, we're in together.
From NBC News, this is Today.
With Black Friday, Cyber Monday, boughs of holly, and stuffed stockings, it can start to feel like the holidays are more about more and less about what's really important.
Joshua Fields, Milburn, and Ryan Nicodemus have come to see things differently. They are what you call the minimalists.
In a hypothetical world, what if one of you falls madly in love with a maximalist who likes her stuff? What are you going to do?
No, that's a great question. My girlfriend, actually, I live with, I don't think she would call herself a minimalist. She's got about 20 pairs of shoes.
Well, that's nothing compared to her.
But what I will say is that her and I have very similar values and beliefs.
Yeah.
We respect one another. We love one another. We appreciate one another.
It's a great lifestyle, great topic for today, especially,
It's great
guys.
to meet you both.
Yeah, the
Merry Christmas to
Minimalist
you.
latest book, Everything That Remains, is in stores right now.
What a concept.
So the event last night was crazy. We showed up, the store owner had about 30 chairs out. I asked him to put out more chairs, and he was like, "Are you sure you're gonna need more chairs?" Ken Burns was here, and he maxed out all my seating. I got 60 chairs total. And I said, "Yeah, I think we'll have about 50 or 60 people show up. Go ahead and bring the rest of the chairs out." And we ended up having like 150, 200 people show up. I mean, people were standing on the bookshelves, wall to wall.
What's up? Thanks for coming out to support us, man. Hey, thanks for everything you do. I think your story came at the right time.
Serendipity.
You guys are my inspiration.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I'm glad we could help.
Thanks for coming out, brother.
We're seeing more and more and more people show up, so it's great to see the message is spreading.
So we are on our way to LA. It's going to be our biggest venue so far, expecting one of our biggest crowds, and really I think LA is a city that could really use this message.
We like things little, but we love things big. Yeah, I grew out of it and you just fit right in. It's time to find what is the space inside my mind. Philosophy of nothing in plain sight. Something so familiar, so foreign. Forget to remember to forget. The same art, just a different medium. A moving canvas, a picture of myself. We like things little, but we love things big. Yeah, I grew out of it and you just fit right in.
Cars, homes, and six-digit salaries. It may sound like a dream life. Joshua Milburn and Ryan Nicodemus on a world book tour, and here to explain why someone would just give up all of this stuff.
Letting it go was really difficult. I wish I could say it was as easy as renting a dumpster and throwing away all my stuff, but it was really a process.
Everything will someday fade. The truth is we're not leaving because our love is all that remains.
I love watching how it's spreading like wildfire and in a good way. It's like a good plague.
A startling new study shows a huge number of children under the age of 4 have access to a mobile device, and some of those kids started using them before they were 1 year old.
We're building more competitive, more interesting environments for the consumer. This means ingesting signals they're telling us about their interest and making sure we can control what message they see next.
Toronto-based ad exec has written an op-ed in the Globe and Mail saying it's time we stop advertising to children.
Advertising to children has existed for so long. What's changed, though, is the amount of this advertising and the media through which this advertising comes.
Historically, companies which had products aimed at kids would go toward the mothers and getting the mothers to want to buy the stuff for the kids. What happens is the companies decide to go around the mothers and go directly to the kids.
I don't know what the most common 3 words are in American homes. I don't know if it's "I love you" or if it's "I want that." 5,000 advertisements we see every single day from the moment we're born. And they all tell us, hey, this is what your life should be about. It should be about accumulating more things, or it should all be about focusing on you.
If you guys have walked around, a kid's store lately, but it's kind of incredible. Anything you ever could have dreamed of has been thought of.
Advertisers have just realized there's this huge market. There are parents who want to give their kids the best, and they're really working hard to go that angle.
There's a problem of both process and content, and the problem of content is huge. The products that are being advertised to kids are junk.
Welcome to Mutant Mania Wrestling! 120 mutant characters you can collect! The secret is their flexi spine!
It's a junk culture. It's food that's bad for them. It's crappy toys that are gendered and violent. I don't see the argument for subjecting children to this. Like, there's no positive social benefit from it. We just know there's a negative. And it's just the political power of advertising and the companies that do the advertising that keeps us from doing something about it.
So I've heard someone say, there's another word for minimalism, it's called being a bachelor. So that's, yeah, I mean, I can see how people would think, oh, that's really easy if you're not married and you have no kids. How do I set an example of myself being married and having 6 kids, which is totally unminimalist and very ironic? How do I live a minimalist lifestyle with those kinds of constraints?
Jacko and I haven't been too prescriptive about, like, no, you have 5 toys, you know? No, dude, you can only have 1 truck. You can't have 3 trucks, you know? It's like, no. When I was a little kid, I didn't have 1 G.I. Joe. I had, like, 100 G.I. Joes.
We've welcomed things into our life, but definitely with the intention of thinking about what we're doing as opposed to just consuming.
When you live with other people and you're a family, you can't just make unilateral decisions. Okay, we're now getting rid of everything and throwing the TV out the door. There will be a riot. That's a little bit frustrating because you can't just get your way, but it's also a really interesting experiment in how you can move together as a group and learn about this together as a group.
At the very beginning, when we decided to live with less, we knew early on that minimalism was just going to look like the way we wanted it to look. I remember going through, getting rid of things and finally saying, okay, Salem, let's go through your toys and let's get rid of some of the things you don't need anymore. And he had no problem whatsoever. My daughter is 7 and she is very different. She loves every doll that she can get. Like, she collects rocks and twigs and anything else she can find, she collects and she holds on to. You know, as parents, we get to set some boundaries for her, but ultimately we let her choose what she wants.
I think he certainly has been at a different level of minimalism than I am. He wanted to get rid of more than I wanted to get rid of, and so there comes the compromise. His side of the closet looks much smaller than my side of the closet, and that's okay with us.
You know, I think one of the lessons that we've learned through this whole journey is just that our kids are really watching us. And we can tell them that we want them to be certain people, but man, they're picking up a lot more just from how we live our lives. This just undercurrent of consumerism, removing some of that stuff, provided a safe environment where they're able to become what they most want to be, rather than what the world will try to convince them to be.
Good evening. It's clear that the true problems of our nation are much deeper than gasoline lines or energy shortages, deeper even than inflation or recession. In a nation that was proud of hard work, strong families, close-knit communities, too many of us now tend to worship self-indulgence and consumption. Human identity is no longer defined by what one does, but by what one owns. But we've discovered that owning things and consuming things does not satisfy our longing for meaning. We've learned that piling up material goods cannot fill the emptiness of lives which have no confidence or purpose. This is not a message of happiness or reassurance, but it is the truth, and it is a warning.
We think we need those things because we've been told we need those things. We've been told we need those things by our society. It's been this kind of slow little thing that's just kind of trickled in, and suddenly it becomes the thing you do. It really does come down to a value-based ideal. You want to do the most amount of good and get the most amount of value with exactly what you need. Having too little is not going to give you that, and having too much is not going to give you that, right? Having that balance, having enough, that's what you're looking for.
If I had to revise the American dream, it would be more about coming together in community. It would be more about a society which had much less inequality and more fairness, in which everybody had a chance, that is responsible toward the planet and our ecosystem. To me, that would be an American dream.
When you talk about not consuming, people think, well, you're trying to take something away from them. But the truth of the matter is that I think that what this movement is really about is questing after a life that's good for ourselves and good for the people around us.
So we're in LA right now. We're here for our biggest event. What we're trying to do is show people that there's a different way for us to live.
The people you bring into your life, you should always be hanging out with people who have the same values. And that's really what minimalism is about. It's about living deliberately. So every choice that I make, every relationship, every item, every dollar I spend, I'm not perfect, obviously, but I do constantly ask the question, is this adding value? Am I being deliberate with this decision?
Go see him tonight at the last bookstore in Los Angeles at 7 o'clock. Thank you, Joshua and Ryan, for coming in.
I didn't realize it at the time, but I was so focused on what my idea of success was. My idea of success was making more money. I said my relationships were a priority. Well, I didn't pay any attention to the people closest to me, including my mom.
The whole point of this message, the whole point of us sharing this story is to help people curb that appetite for more things, because it's such a destructive path to go down. I literally have used people to sell cell phones. I've used people to get bigger and better clients. And what I love about my life now is I can be genuine and that there is no manipulation.
It is my very, very great pleasure to introduce Joshua Fields Milburn and Ryan Nicodemus, the Minimalists.
Imagine a life with less. A life of passion unencumbered by the trappings of the chaotic world around you. Well, what you're imagining is an intentional life. It's not a perfect life, and it's not even an easy life, but a simple one.
What I found with minimalism is it's a way of saying, let's stop the madness.
You don't need this stuff, like it's not gonna do it. It's not the answer.
There's a movement growing. I don't think that there's a cap to it.
I'm now surrounded by people who are inspired in creating massive social change and impact the profundity of my religion.
When you recognize that this life is yours and that it is your one and only, and when that ceases to be the esoteric bullshit, when that's not hippie poetry anymore, when the pragmatism of that statement seeps directly in your bones and you recognize that this is it, everything changes.
I don't know where you are on your journey, where you are in life, or wherever you're going on that journey, but we are really grateful you're here with us tonight. So if I could give you one takeaway, one thing to bring away from all of this, it'll be this. Love people and use things, because the opposite never works. Thank you so much for coming out.
Dragi moji, srčna hvala, ker ste se udeležili nocojšnjega večera, te sobote ste žrtvovali svoj čas. Imate jutri ves dan čas za razmislek o stvarih, o katerih smo govorili. In se vidimo v torek. Želim vam lep, prijeten, sončen dan jutri in pa čudovit vikend in pa mir v srcu. Lep večer vsem, rad vas imam, lahko noč.